Let's start with the draft. You're drafting 19th in the first round this year. It's a little different than years past. So, what changes with the strategy, and what type of player do you anticipate being available when Utah is on the clock?
Well, we hope a really good player. I think the strategy doesn't change that much in the sense that when you get into that 19, you really study what's going to be around the area, who's coming your way. That kind of stays the same. And you just get comfortable with the talent level that's around that area. And you do as much homework as you can and you attack it. But I think it's an exciting time this time of year, knowing you're going to get some of the guys on the board. It's a decent draft this year. I think our guys are excited about some of the guys that could come our way.
You have a really deep prospect pool. I was wondering if you could speak to the strength of the amateur staff and how important they are in this organization as you guys continue to develop those prospects.
They are an engine, and they're probably one of the most important departments when you go through this process. And you deal with those guys, just at certain times of the year. And we have a great faith in them and what they've been able to put on the board since I've become GM. And I think they are the guys behind the scenes that, drive in the middle of the night. They're dodging logging trucks through ice and delayed flights, you name it, what they experience in a year. And they're the happiest guys in the world. They're the hardest workers in the world. And they certainly have huge impact on our organization come draft time.
One more from me about the draft. You guys have had so many top 10 picks over the years. How's the morale of the staff knowing you're 19?
They've adjusted. I think they've been spoiled picking in the top 10 every single year, and they've done a great job. And now it's time to make some hay a little farther back. And I said to the staff, I said, we were able to keep our first rounder. We made it through the process of acquiring players at the deadline and still, kept our first round pick. And I think that showed a lot of faith in what they can do with that first rounder. And, it's a different area that we're picking in, but it's an area where we feel like we can get a good player that can make a difference. We, no matter how many picks we have, we got to find ways to get players out of the draft. And that's the key. And, we're going to get into an era where we don't have those high picks. And we don't have as many, so we have to make sure that we make hay on the ones we do have.
Speaking of your development staff and your scouting staff, Daryl, what impact has he had in his role over the years, and how does he really keep all the scouts moving in the same direction as a group?
He's had impact. He's a worker, number one, in that job. When you're leading the amateur staff, you've got to be a guy that goes out there and works. And you've got to really manage people. And he's done a great job of that and bringing out the best in the scouting staff and listening to what they say and putting the players in the right order. He's got a wealth of knowledge. Obviously, when he helped build Tampa Bay and get them onto winning a Stanley Cup. So he's got a huge impact in this organization and drafting players and his knowledge. We reap the benefits of all his knowledge in his years that he's accumulated on the road scouting. So he has a huge impact for us. And again, he'll go to the mic and swing away here. So it'll be interesting. Not as many picks, but we hope to have impact with the picks that we do have.
With a couple of those first round picks now having been in the pipeline for a couple of years, how does this upcoming development camp maybe differ from years in the past?
Well, it's not every development camp that you actually have that many first rounders as we do into that camp, and they're all exciting to watch. And some of them are guys that have had massive years in the Quebec League and the Western League and the Ontario League, and they're all coming in hungry. The difference in the prospects nowadays is they make it to the NHL a lot earlier if you're an elite prospect. So, they can see the guys around them that have been drafted in that same era, range that they, make the NHL. They're hungry to make the NHL. When they come to this development camp, that's the first step of the summer where you're kicking it off, and now they're coming in here and they're competitive. They want to leave a great impression as they come through the door. And development camp has changed a lot over the years. It's a lot about educating the players how to live on the ice and off the ice, and be a Mammoth 24 hours of the day. There's no time off. It's eating, it's sleeping properly, it's learning to recover properly. So it's a great camp, and they're certainly competitive, and you can see that in them, and you can see the top end prospects really pushing that camp.
The following is an exclusive presentation of Smith Entertainment Group and the Utah Mammoth.
We're super proud for the first selection. Utah selects
Tej Iginla.
Oh my goodness.
What a pick for Utah.
Caleb Beaudoin. Got it, the deep voyage.
Hello and welcome to our Hockey Night in Utah Draft Show Special. We are here at the Utah Mammoth Ice Center in Sandy, and in just a few moments, the Toronto Maple Leafs will be on the clock, picking first overall to kick off the 2026 NHL entry draft. It's a big night for all 32 teams, including the Utah Mammoth. I'm Mike Foote, radio play-by-play for the Mammoth, alongside Dominic Moore, our TV analyst. Dom, we're going to have our whole Hockey Night in Utah crew with us throughout the night as well. But before we get to the rest of our group, what a night and what an opportunity here for the Mountain Blue to make another big moment in the draft.
Happy summer, everyone. This is
You
great.
look tan.
Great to you too. Yeah, you've been out on the golf course. What's been the latest for you?
Well, when I'm out on the golf course, I spend enough time in the shrubs and trees where they think I'm part of the grounds crew. But I like to see the full course. But it's a big night.
It's a big night.
It's a big night and a big opportunity.
The word that comes to mind for me when you think about the draft is anticipation. Everyone involved in the draft, whether you're on the team side, whether you're a player, whether you're a family of a player, whether you're, a pundit anticipating trades, and it's something is about to happen. And so it's fun to be here. I know you Utah fans have been craving some hockey content all summer. We're here for you today. Excited to be here.
We are going to have a mostly Utah-focused show here tonight. The Mammoth pick at 19. We'll touch on other picks and other news from across the league as well, but our focus will be on the Mountain Blue. Right now, our focus shifts to another member of our broadcast crew, Sarah Merrifield from Hockey Night in Utah. Sarah, what do you have for us tonight?
Well, in addition to just the one member that you mentioned, which would be me, I have other members of our broadcast.
Whoa!
Wedding
We're about
crashers.
to make this a whole lot of fun because, like you mentioned, Utah-based, and that includes everything we're standing in, like the facility. We got some updates. It's fun watching the glass fish tank of all the suits operating in full swing. I mean, Maddie, you've seen this a couple of times.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, they're all in suits. That's right. I don't know if they got ties on though, but
no ties.
Everybody is here, like all the movers and shakers here.
Yeah, well, and thank God that you and I are here because it looks like we might have to take Mike Fulton's job here soon because as the host, Mike, you're supposed to introduce all of us, okay? Not just one person. I know that this is your first to go with this, but that's strike one, Nikki.
Yeah, I'm going to have a couple of words with Mikey a little bit later, but an exciting day in all seriousness. Players getting drafted, lifelong dreams finally coming to fruition for so many young men, and teams changing the outlook of their franchise's history today. I can't wait to see what the Utah Mammoth do, who they select, and everything that happens today.
Pretty cool that we get to do it here too at the practice facility. Vibes are high.
Versus a hotel like last year. And hey, there's no shade, but we enjoy having all the Mammoth memorabilia behind us. And I'm sure there will be some action here on the ice too. We'll catch a little bit of that later in the show, but a revolving door of personality, a revolving door of fun, and we have a lot of updates. So Mike, we'll send it back to you for the time being, but be sure to come back to us really soon.
Don't screw it up, okay?
We're counting on you.
Following the rundown, Kim. Just following the rundown. I'm a rule follower.
First mistake.
Only 4 years of public school. But, Dom, this time last year, we were talking about the Utah Mammoth after they had won the draft lottery, moved all the way up to the 4th overall spot. They end up taking Caleb Beaudoin. You're picking at 4. You're getting a cornerstone for your franchise. You're picking at 19. It's a little bit of a different feel. You're further back in the draft, but you still obviously have a chance to make an impact. How do you contextualize 19th overall?
Yeah, I mean, there's always this debate about the draft. Do you use it as a team building exercise, or do you try to take the best player available no matter what position they play? And I think Bill Armstrong has been very clear about it. It's the second. You always try to find the player that's going to project to be the most valuable asset for your group. And that may be a player that ends up not even playing for your team, but it's currency, right, that you can use to help build your team in the future. So I think despite the fact that Utah is not picking as early, I think there's still the same importance, urgency, focus that's put into the draft because it's such a important part of the engine of an NHL hockey team.
And you heard Bill, as we were rolling some of his sound, talking about how his scouts were a little spoiled drafting in the top few picks each of the last couple of years.
But look at it. The NHL, you're drafting players that are so young. Even at the top end, it's guesswork. A lot of times it's guesswork. There's very few sure bets in the NHL draft. It's different than other sports where guys are older and it's just more given that they're going to step in right onto the NBA court and dominate, or right onto the NFL field and dominate right out of it. Hockey's different. These guys a lot of them are boys maturing still into men. It's a very tough task that these scouts and executives have to project these players and what they can be, what they will be. And that's why there's so many players that not only are drafted late that turn into Hall of Famers. Think back to my teammate Henrik Lundqvist, 7th round pick. My draft year, I was drafted in the 3rd round, and Henrik was drafted in the 7th round. He's a Hall of Famer, franchise player. You just never know. And that's maybe a message, too, to the players out there that aren't drafted at all. And Utah's got several players, such as Nate Schmidt and Michael Carcone, that were never picked on a day like this. So it's a crapshoot, and it's going to be fun to watch, though.
Bobby McMahon in Seattle just signed a big contract, undrafted player, and great examples by you. Speaking of the difference between the NHL and other leagues, this site here in Sandy was host to a pretty big draft party for the Utah Jazz a couple days ago. Darren Peterson, 2nd overall. That guy's going to be wearing the mountains across his chest night 1 in the NBA.
By the way, there was upwards of 4,000 to 5,000 people wrapped around the Southtown Mall here to be a part of that. What a moment.
But they're all going to get to see him right away.
Yes.
Whoever the Utah Mammoth get at 19 is probably going to be a couple years maturing, as you said, before they're ready to crack the National Hockey League. One guy who's ready to crack our broadcast is standing by. That is Adrian Denny. He is my better half on Mammoth Daily. He is one of our hosts on Hockey Night in Utah on the radio side as well. And AD, you're going to be the mouthpiece for the people all night.
And we've already got lots of folks checking in our YouTube chat. Let us know if you have any questions. Who do you want the Mammoth to take at
anything of note yet?
Well, we've got a couple coming in. We've got Duck Butter checking in, Dom, and he's asking, "Hey, Mike, where's AD at?" Well, here I am. Thanks for looking out for me, Duck Butter. McLean from Mill Creek checking in as well. He says, "AD, they're making you work on a Friday." So that's how it goes, folks.
AD's always working. Anybody who knows AD knows he's always grinding.
Thank you, Dom.
Yeah.
Thank you. It means a lot. Yeah. Not usually on Fridays, though, in the off-season, as our Mammoth Daily day-to-dayers know. But, guys, all sorts of folks checking in. If you have any questions, comments, drop them there in that YouTube chat, and we'll make sure to get to it. Mike and Dom, as you know, name in town, getting to us here, and we'll get to your questions. But I want to throw some shout-outs to Nate, Kyle, Gary and Provo, Ash, Casey, Eric, John, Tanner, Conrad, Austin, Sam, Mike. Mammoth Nation.
I'm hearing a lot of familiar names
out there.
A lot of day-to-dayers.
That's
That's right. So you can find him at 801 Adrian Denny on Twitter. You can tag any of us as well on Twitter, on X, on Instagram, and we'll get to your comments, your questions. Who do you want to pick at 19? What do you think of all these crazy trades that have been going on across the NHL? We'd love to get to those throughout the evening.
By the way,
as well.
Anybody who's watching, at the same time watching us, they've got the draft on as well. The couches, it's a nice touch.
That's for the players.
It's a nice touch for the families there. It's a new thing for the draft this year. I mean, what a setup. They get to relax, enjoy with their family in this kind of lounge setup.
I remember watching drafts back in the day where you'd have the green room sometimes for different sports, and it felt like the athletes were kind of tucked away in a broom closet. But now they're front and center. It is a decentralized draft. Again, this year, second time in a row where each respective war room, if you want to call it that, is local to each city. We're just a couple of doors
Yep.
away and a couple of security guards away from the Utah Mammoth War Room. So we'll see if we can catch Bill Armstrong on the phone or anybody walking around who might be making moves. But it's all decentralized. Buffalo gets to host it. Last time that the Toronto Maple Leafs selected number 1 overall, it was in Buffalo, and they took Austin Matthews.
That worked
they are
out
number
pretty,
1 overall
pretty
again
well
this year.
for them. But yeah, I think it's a good setup the way it is. I mean, I think the teams like being in their home confines to deliberate, with privacy, have the technology that they need, under their roof. And for the families, they're not losing anything about the experience. They still get to go up on stage. It's still a broadcast. Gary Bettman's still there to welcome them to the NHL. So I think it's a really good setup the way they have it.
We still have all the scouts and everybody, like you said, here in Utah. They're back at the in the inner confines of our Utah Mammoth Ice Center here in Sandy. But talking about the scouts, Dom.
By the way, I want to throw this out there right now. This practice facility has also been the location where our producer of today's show, Adam Hill, has been grinding.
You've been bag
every
skating,
morning. Yeah, like bag skate, 2-hour bag skates, like 2 weeks in a row, and he is a gamer. Let me tell you.
You have the whistle again?
I'm not a big whistle guy. No.
Okay.
No. He's self-motivated. He doesn't need to be told.
So our producer, Adam, he played club hockey here in Utah. Lots of great club hockey programs throughout the state. Utah State, Weber State, Utah, need BYU to get back on the train. What are the strengths of his game?
Adam, first of all, anyone who knows Adam, he's good at anything he does. But also, I didn't know this before the last couple of weeks. He was, at a time, one of the best players for his age in the state. And he showed it. He's got game.
I can't be surprised because we play pickleball, he dominates. We play bocce in the backyard, he wins at that too. So
Anyway.
handsome, good at everything, probably plays guitar or something like that. But anyway, back to the show. 19th overall, you look back at some of the picks who have gone 19th overall throughout history. There are some pretty big names, one of which just got inducted to the Hockey Hall of Fame a couple of days ago in Keith Tkachuk. Pretty busy week for the Tkachuk family, by the way. But Andrei Vasilevsky and Ryan Getzlaf also in that list as well. So some pretty good players have been taken in this spot.
Yeah, it's just a reminder, regardless of whether it's 19 on the nose or not, there's difference makers, potential Hall of Famers even, at any point in the draft, all the way down to the later rounds. So it's tough to project, but you can there's no doubt you can get a difference-making impact, long-term value player at any point in the draft, including late in the first round.
And speaking of drafting late in the first round, that's something that general manager Bill Armstrong has done throughout his career as an NHL executive. He was the director of amateur scouting in St. Louis for several years in their build-up to their Stanley Cup in 2019. But how about this? Robert Thomas, 20th overall. Tage Thompson, 26th overall.
Yeah.
And they also got Jordan Kyrou in the second round that year as well.
Yeah, I mean, those are great examples. And already he has make it 10 since he's been in, leading this organization. 10 players that he's drafted that has played NHL games. So that's a pretty good number in a short time frame of 5 years. So he's got a great experience and track record. And as he said, his scouts have been pounding pavement to make it count here today.
It looks like the Toronto Maple Leafs are on the clock, and we're watching the ESPN broadcast where Gavin McKenna, who is anticipated to be the number 1 overall pick, he is on the phone right now. And I think if he wasn't going number 1 overall, he wouldn't be smiling, but he's grinning ear to ear.
Yeah, he sure is. I think there's been very little debate here about what would happen in that top position. And you look at Gavin McKenna. By the way, what did I say before we went to air? I said he's got a little Justin Bieber style to him, doesn't he?
Old school Bieber, too.
Old school Bieber. And guess who just made his way into KeyBank Center to be a part of the draft festivities today? Justin Bieber himself.
Who's a Toronto guy.
A huge Maple Leaf fan.
Yeah.
So we'll see what role he has to play here coming up. But, yeah, Gavin McKenna, consensus #1 pick, 8.5% odds that the Maple Leafs had to land the top pick in the lottery. So they got a stroke of luck that they were looking for and were desperately hoping for as they changed management this year, and they are excited to make this selection.
And remember, if their pick would have been further down the draft board, it would have gone to Boston. But as it is, they move up to that first overall spot, and it certainly looks like they are going to take the young man who was born in Yukon territory. If Gavin McKenna is this pick, and you said it looks like the pick is in, he would be just the 7th ever player to be drafted from Yukon territory as Commissioner Bettman heads to the stage here.
That's a big moment.
I believe he's being booed right now, as commissioners usually are.
He
regardless
says, "Give
of
me
what
more."
But how about this for Gavin McKenna? 5th in NCAA scoring this past year. The comparables that you hear are like he has the hands of a Kane or a Kucherov, that kind of offensive skill.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look at, there's a whole conversation here, Mike, about the changing landscape of junior and college hockey, right? You've got now players that play in the CHL can go to college hockey, and that's exactly what Gavin McKenna did. It used to be that the Canadian junior leagues were considered professional leagues, and if you played a game there, you were ineligible. As Bieber takes the stage here.
He might be singing right now.
He's as diehard a Maple Leaf fan as it gets.
Would he get cheered or booed in Buffalo?
Well, it's close enough to Toronto, I think, that there's probably quite a few Toronto fans that are there, especially for this kind of a moment. So, but just getting back to that conversation about, Canadian junior leagues in college. So now you've got a guy like McKenna who plays juniors for a year, then goes to college, and he really started out slow. He had a first half that was pretty, pedestrian, as it were, and it lost. Scouts were starting to say, hey, maybe we should revisit this, and he really came on strong in the second half, had an unbelievable second half of the season, solidified himself, did really well at the Combine. I think he just made everyone, including the Maple Leafs, that much more confident that he was indeed the top choice in this year's draft class.
And there are still some, I don't want to say concerns, but if you had to pick apart his game, it would be the defensive side of it. Can he do that at a high level like his offense?
Well, I don't think when you pick a guy like Gavin McKenna, you're focused on that. I mean, he's got, as the pick is in, he's got the kind of talent offensively to be a 90, 100-point player. So I think he's just, you can obviously start to focus on what, defensive game he's going to be able to develop, but you're picking him for what he brings, the creativity, the skill that just does not grow on trees. Speaking of gifted athletes that don't grow on trees, we've got one that's joining us here.
Now let's welcome to our draft show special former first-round pick of what was then the Utah Hockey Club.
Nice to see you, Cole.
Nice to us now. He's got that beautiful Mammoth crest on his chest. Yeah. Cole Beaudoin. Cole, thanks for joining us. You had a great season this year. How's the summer going?
Yeah, it's been going good. Obviously a good year up in Barrie and made it to the finals. Unfortunately lost there, but proud of that group, and group I'll always remember.
It looks like Gavin McKenna just got taken first overall. Cole, what have you seen out of McKenna's game? Seen any highlights of him? And did you play with him at World Juniors this last year?
Yeah, I was able to play with him the past 2 years.
Yeah,
I'm at the World Juniors, and amazing guy off the ice, and everyone knows what he can do on the ice. So skilled, so talented. So so happy for him, and he deserves it.
I talked to a number of years ago a GM in the NHL who told me that the players always know. Scouts can watch games and management can watch games, but talk to the players because they know who the players are.
Yeah.
Are there guys in this year's draft class that you've had a front row seat either playing with or against, that you're like, maybe a guy in particular that is not rated as high as Central Scouting has him, that you have seen and say, this guy's good?
Yep.
Is there anybody that jumps out to you like that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm kind of biased towards my teammates, but obviously guys like Joseph Salandra, Ben Wilmot, those guys, able to play with both those guys this year, and not kind of ranked the highest, but they've got a lot of skill, a lot of talent, and off the ice, they're great guys as well. So I'm looking forward to them and hoping that they get drafted, and whoever drafts them is going to be really lucky to have those two guys.
Good.
You could be their agent the way you're pumping them up on the show.
That's just a good teammate. It's just a good teammate.
But Cole, the Mammoth moved up to get you in the first round. They sent 3 draft picks to Colorado. They get to 24. They take you. What was that like on your draft night?
Yeah, it was crazy. Obviously, draft night, you're just trying to take everything in. It's a super special moment. You see it here now happening with McKenna and his family and all those special moments. So you're just trying to enjoy it, but it was honestly kind of shocking, and I was trying to just still process the trade and what was going on, and then hearing my name get called and just being able to be there with my family, it was super special. And like you said, for them to be able to call up on me and trade up is super special.
Development camp coming up. You're a development camp veteran at this point. What are the things that you're thinking about coming into an opportunity like this, again, to be around the organization, be on the ice with other prospects, hear from coaches and others? Like, what's your approach to that kind of a week?
Yeah, I think just kind of bring my like you said, it's going to be my 3rd time here now. So try and bring that kind of leadership aspect, help anyone that's new coming in, but then also kind of have that compete aspect on the ice and in the gym, making sure that everyone's kind of giving it everything they got. And this is the time to kind of prove to the management staff, the coaching staff, that you want to be on that team. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to push everyone else to be their best, and I want to be my best.
Speaking of which, main camp as well, you've been through that now a couple times, and is there something either that you're working on this year? 'Cause I remember when I first went to my first training camp, it wasn't like I was going to make the team at that time, but it was such a great eye opener, because all of a sudden you're on the ice with the guys that you see the level, and it just gives you a clearer picture of what you need to do to get there. You've had a couple experiences now. You go back, you continue to improve, you continue to dominate in the league you're playing in. But what are the things that you feel like are the next step for you to keep growing your game, get there?
Yeah, like you said, every year my mindset coming in is I want to make the team, and unfortunately I got sent back twice now, but that's the way it goes, and try to use every single second I had, whether it's in the gym, off the ice, or on the ice in practice or in games, to just work on my all-around game. I really take pride in my 200-foot game, but if that's working on my speed, working on my shot in practice, getting out there early, I really take pride in that. And come this main camp, I feel like I'm going to be really ready. And with the size I bring, the compete I bring, I really want to help this team win games. And you see the Carolina Hurricanes do what they did this year in the playoffs, and that's where we want to be. That's where the Utah wants to be, and lifting that Stanley Cup. And we talk about it every single day. So I want to be there, and I want to be on that team that wins the Stanley Cup in Utah.
Might need to get a cinder block around here. He's always been one of the fitter guys, right?
Absolutely. Well, I was going to read off his accolades, but it's
almost
hard to tell
as fit as you.
I'm on his program. So, I was going to go through my notes. It's hard to tell where one award begins and the next ends, because you were at the top of the coaches poll in the OHL for hardest worker, best defensive forward, best on faceoffs, best penalty killer, selected by the GMs as the league's most sportsmanlike player. Just this last season for you, you took a step. The offensive numbers showed that. You guys had a good run into the postseason as well. Just what did this season mean for you from a development standpoint? What did you feel like you accomplished, and how does that set you up for the rest of the summer into camp?
Yeah, like you said, that development and getting better each and every day. I talked about it earlier, but really using my time obviously I didn't want to get sent back, but when you do, you got to use the time to your advantage. So just work on my craft and like that, little things like face-offs. That's a big part of my game. So just little things, and obviously it's an honor to be recognized on all those accolades and from all the GMs, and they see it. So it means a lot.
Awesome.
This has been awesome, Cole. I'm watching them interview the family of Gavin McKenna, I believe it is on ESPN. Did your family ever give interviews? I think they did some video content. Was that with Barry, or who was that with on social? I saw something on YouTube. I can't remember if it was the Mammoth.
Around the draft or something else?
It might have. I think it was around the draft. You were getting profiled. You had the net in the backyard and all that stuff. They're kind of inside your.
I did.
Were you ever worried about your family on camera?
No, obviously my family's my family's been a part of it since day one, and they've helped me get to where I am. So I love them so much, and they've made me the person I am today and the hockey player I am today, from the early mornings to the late nights. So we did a little house tour there, and my brother.
No embarrassing stories or anything?
No embarrassing stories. My brother got on it, and we did a little shooting contest. So it was fun. The draft process it's stressful, but it's a fun time.
You mentioned Carolina Hurricanes, and I'm sure you watched the playoffs very closely. What were some of your takeaways from watching the playoffs and seeing that the Canes have so much success, or any observations that you had from the Stanley Cup playoffs?
Yeah, I think both those teams in the finals, Vegas and Carolina, they're both big teams, and I think you see the past kind of winners in the Stanley Cup. You see Florida; they're big teams and
scrappy teams too. Yeah.
Exactly, they get under the opponent's skin, and you look at a guy like Jordan Staal, and that's kind of the way I kind of want to play. Is he was 70% on faceoffs? He was unbelievable, and starting with the puck every single possession, and it's crazy what they did, and they played a hard series. Both teams forecheck hard. They got big D, so it was a good series.
I agree with you. I mean, you look at one thing that jumped out to me about both teams in the finals: great sticks, great at stealing pucks, stripping pucks, breaking up plays. Carolina, for sure, you saw how many goals they scored off the forecheck just by creating turnovers with their sticks. But Vegas was the same way. They did it to Utah, and they continued to do it throughout the playoffs. Even strength on the PK, which I know is a strength of yours as well. So, it was. I feel like every year, everyone watches the team that wins and tries to take a little something, right? There's always a story there. What was the reason for their success? And it changes every year. Some years it's like they were the fastest team. Next year it's like they were the heaviest team. And there's always a narrative. But I think for Carolina, it's a lot of what Cole said. I think it's also a lot of their depth. I mean, they just had every line. I mean, their third line was the most productive line.
Yep.
And maybe for you too, right? When you break in, you might play a depth role to begin, and you'll still be able to provide value there.
Yeah.
So,
it's good.
Yeah.
Looks like the pick is in for the San Jose Sharks. Ivar Stenberg has widely been seen as that number 2 or 1A, 1B to Gavin McKenna, and so the Sharks certainly could use a defenseman. They have a lot of skill up front in their forward group. People thought maybe they'd take a D, but we'll see who the Sharks pick is. Cole, I wanted to ask you, because something that you mentioned throughout camps when we had a chance to talk to you last year was working on your speed. How do you do that? What are you doing to work on the skating ability? Because this Mammoth team can fly.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's kind of been talked about, and I just kind of use that as motivation to get better and come to camp and show everyone that skating's not an issue for me. And I get around the ice really well, and I'm a powerful skater, and track guys down on the back check, on the forecheck. So, I think it's kind of in the gym, working on my agility, my quick feet, but then also on the ice, working with great skating coaches. Obviously, Lars here in Utah has been great for me and coming during the season. So, it's been really good, and I think it's progressed a lot. And,
It does look like the Sharks have taken Stenberg, the talented Swede. So they add another high draft pick.
That's a perfect example of the philosophy of, take the best player available, because they have had a lot of top 5 picks, top 10 picks the last few years, and they've opted for a lot of skilled forwards, and they're going to do it again, even though, organizationally they might need a D, but I think again, you try to add value to your organization with what you think is the surest bet. And Stenberg is that guy. There's a little bit more question mark with the D. There's some really high-end prospects for D, but I feel like, maybe you agree, D are hard to project. Like, they're later bloomers a lot of times. It's hard.
Well, did you play against Stenberg at World Juniors? Because they won gold with Sweden, and he's got a ton of international experience with the men's team at World Championships as well. But what did you see out of him?
Same kind of thing. Skilled player. Plays the game hard. Again, you see the talent he can do with the puck and what he can do on the power play and what he brings to that team. So I'm totally not surprised that San Jose took him. And like you said, got to take best player available. And like you said, they might need a D, but he's going to help their organization down the line. You've
seen two guys up close that are, among the next guys that could be picked. Chase Reed, Caleb Malhotra. What are your thoughts on those guys?
Obviously, I played against them a bunch. Malhotra, I played against him in a 7-game series there in Brantford in the conference finals. So he's a good two-way player. He plays the game hard. And then Chase Reed, great right shot defenseman. You don't see those too often. You got him. You got Verhoff, both right shot D. Who I played with Verhoff, and he's a great guy, great D man, big, strong. And then Chase Reed can fly. He's got the skill. So both a lot of good D out there. You got Carson Carrolls too. So
I mean these guys are all gifted athletes. The Malhotra thing's interesting too. I played against his dad since we were basically 12 years old. Manny Malhotra grew up in Toronto where I did. We played against each other all growing up. And then throughout our pro careers, we played against each other. He was a great face-off guy. So was I. We battled in the draws. And now he's the head coach of the Vancouver Canucks, who have the next pick and could take Caleb Malhotra. I mean, what a story that could be.
That'd be crazy.
I mean, it's a little awkward if you don't take him, right?
Well, it cuts both ways, right? Some organizations would be like, we don't want to take him because of this, or we don't want it to be a factor.
If your dad didn't take you, would that be like a chip on your shoulder?
It's not his choice, though. It's not the coach's choice.
Of course. But like,
it's definitely behind the scenes. It's a little chirp, like, oh, you didn't take me, but no, it's definitely it's a weird kind of weird situation, but. Hey, if that's what they need, then that's what they need.
If this is any indication about where the head coach stands, on the family side or the team side, Manny Malhotra, the dad, is with the family in Buffalo. Decentralized format. He's not with the team. I think that sends a clear message about Manny's a dad first today, which I think is cool. But we'll see what they do with that pick.
Cole, this has been awesome. We don't want to take up too much of your time. We'll let you get back to the rest of the draft and enjoy it as a conscientious observer for now. One more for you, because your physical fitness is clearly one of your strengths. I remember training camp last year, I accidentally bumped into the room, and I think I sprained my AC joint. But, like, where do you get I have two questions. First of all, where do you get your drive in the weight room? Second of all, what's on the headphones when you're chucking the weights around?
Yeah, to answer that first one, I think it's just the inner drive of wanting to get better. It's every summer, people call me like, they're just like, this guy's psycho. Like, he just never stops working, whether it's in the gym, whether it's outside shooting pucks. Like, I just don't stop, and I just love the game. So it's that inner drive from a little kid that I just love the game and want to be on the ice, want to be getting better. And in the headphones, it's a lot of EDM, a lot of kind of house music.
Keep the tempo up.
Yeah, I got it. Okay. If I'm on that bench, I gotta have some upbeat music to get that thing up there.
By the way, the only reason he asked you that question is he's trying to self-motivate to get himself in the gym more.
EDM on the playlist here. Yeah.
He's always got an angle. And it's not about you. It's about him. Yeah.
Cole, this has been great. We're excited to see you at development camp and then at main camp this summer and this fall. So good luck this summer, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you. I appreciate it, guys.
Good to see you, man.
Yep.
All right. We will keep rolling here on our Hockey Night in Utah draft show special. We were just talking about the Vancouver Canucks, and it looks like the pick is in. So Manny Malhotra
should we check in with AD? Can we do that, Adam? Can we check in with AD?
Well, he just slid in here, so I think we might be about
see what's going on. I better move back into the shot here. I just moved out of the shot.
They love Cole Beaudoin.
Yeah,
love the
not to love.
conversation.
He's such
So
a
excited,
positive
so
kid.
excited to see him. And
Yeah.
every time we talk to Cole, we hear the energy and
Yeah.
the passion that he has, and he's gonna ultimately bring to
he's
Utah.
He's a hard guy not to root for, huh? Just that kind of energy.
Well, and you heard the accolades I listed off. That's exactly what you want to hear from a character perspective about a guy that's about to make the jump to pro hockey as a 20-year-old. So super excited to see him in camp. We saw him at camp this last year. And here we go. The pick is in for Vancouver.
And they
went with
Caleb
the coach's
Malhotra.
son.
Wow.
Caleb Malhotra taken 3rd overall by Vancouver. They finished last in the league. And they get Caleb Malhotra.
Hear me out on this, okay? So a lot of people had, defensemen taken in this spot, but they take Malhotra, and I think it's a great pick. He's got a really great trajectory going. He's gotten a lot better. He's a late bloomer, so to speak. But look at the athletic pedigree. His dad, long career in the NHL. His mom was a member of Team Canada's national soccer team, and his uncle is Steve Nash, the legendary Hall of Fame All-Star basketball player. So if you're projecting, which is the job of these scouts and management, you're projecting some serious athleticism. And Manny Malhotra, his dad, was one of the most studious, hardworking players in his career. He wasn't the most skilled, but he was a real student of the game. That's what's, I think, making him an excellent coach. So I think this is an outstanding pick. And, to me, you'll hear me say it time and again, center is the most important position. And he's got the potential to be a two-way, 200-foot type of player that you can't really, get other than in the draft.
And he was widely seen as the best center in the draft as well. Him and the Swede Bjork. But Caleb Malhotra goes 3rd overall. The scouting report that I had read on him, it read like you were talking about or hearing about a coach's son. Steady, intelligent, relentless competitor. Kind of all the things that you would expect out of someone who grew up in Manny Malhotra.
But a heck of a natural athlete.
Yes.
And those are the kinds of things that you're hoping to project. When you look at a guy who's 17, 18, you're like, okay, what's he going to be in 3 years? Well, if you have some natural athleticism and you just layer more hours and hours of development on top of that, well, all of a sudden where you are is less important than where you'll be. I think this is a no-brainer of a pick.
So it sounds, the guy we just talked to, Cole Beaudoin, certainly has these similar traits.
Yeah.
Caleb Malhotra, character guys that are very driven.
Yeah.
How do you search for that, find that, make sure these high-end picks, high-end investments are sound in that area?
That's the name of the game, right? Because the stat lines are easy to digest. The height and weight, things like that. All the things that are just black and white are easy to digest. But when you're projecting 3, 4, 5 years down the road, what are going to be those difference-making attributes? And a lot of times it's the attitude, right? It's the character, it's the work ethic, those are the things that are going to make you either climb that ladder and keep getting better, because most of these players in the draft are not ready to play right away.
Right.
And so what are they going to do to get there? And the character is a big part of that. So Bill Armstrong and company, and we've asked him about this. They travel to hometowns. They talk to ex-coaches and teammates and, youth coaches and the families. And they really dig deep on this because it is such a huge factor. And you'll see players that are passed up because of that check a lot of boxes but don't check that. So yeah, it's crucial.
It's crucial, and it's also crucial for us to involve other members of our broadcast crew as well. We promised that we would get to Sarah Merrifield throughout the night, and we are about to deliver. Yes. Sarah is standing by with assistant coach Blaine Forsyth, who just signed a contract extension to stay in Utah a little bit longer. Sarah and Blaine, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Mike. Obviously, it's really fun to see you. It's like summer camp. Everyone's coming back, and it's fun to get to see everyone again. But congratulations on that contract extension. I know there's so much forward momentum with not just the team, but the coaching staff as well. Can you tell me a little bit about the sentiment of re-signing here and what that means to you and your family?
Yeah, it's exciting. It's obviously the way the team's trending and stuff like that. Since it's an exciting time to be around in Utah, and obviously the way we've been treated since we've been here, it's been amazing. It came from a really good organization in Washington, and this is on track to be one of the best ones in the league. You can see by the hype that the league is providing for us and stuff like that. The players want to come here, and it's an exciting time to be here.
And it was announced at the same time that head coach Andre Tourigny also signed a contract extension, and the forward progress of the coaching staff as a whole. What have you learned? I know your coaching experience is very vast, but what have you learned? No, not at all. You have experience. That's called wisdom. But what have you learned from your peers, I guess, in the coaching staff, and maybe about yourself as a coach?
Yeah, it's you always try to learn anything in life, as you know. But just being around new people and hearing different ideas, different language. Every coach is a little bit different with how they communicate, how they speak, and you're always learning. You're learning where you fit as well within a coaching staff, because it's as important as it is on the ice for the players to be connected. It's equally as important for us to be connected. And we have a great room of coaches, a lot of experience, a lot of Stanley Cups, a lot of discussion about everything. So it's a great feeling to have that group. And like I said, we learn every day. There's something new, new challenge every day, and we love learning.
It's a lot of fun to watch the learning in real time, almost the progress you guys are all making. And I know coach talks about 1% better every day, 1% better every year, or well, more than 1%. But in terms of going into next year, are there a few things that you guys are looking at in terms of getting 1% better with the new staff, and then as you continue to grow?
Absolutely. I think you have to. You can't stay stagnant in this league. As you can see, you have to try to get ahead of everything. So we do a great job with our analytic department, our management, looking at different areas of our game, how we want to get better. And I know there's some categories that we're really good in, but you can still always get better and look at different things and what other teams are doing. So we do different summer projects. Look at other teams, what they're doing, that maybe potentially is more effective than what we are. And there's a lot of stealing in this league as well, obviously. So everyone learns from each other, but it's great to kind of go through that process. It creates great communication with coaching staff, and no one's perfect. We all know that, and we always want to get better. And the best way to do that is just analyze yourself honestly and try to get better as a group, not only as a coaching staff, but as a team as well.
Well, it could look pretty cool next season too, with some either new faces, new talent to work with. And the fun part about the offseason is obviously the draft. For really fun stories to see all these guys, their dreams come true. I'm curious, from your experience in this league, do you have any draft memories that stand out to you?
I mean, maybe not so much in the NHL, but when I was in the Western Hockey League, a lot of our players got drafted, and it's great to see that, knowing that you had a small hand in their development with their families, and you almost act like you're a parent, going through it. I'm a hockey dad now, so watching my son kind of get interested in the draft and have interest in the players that are getting drafted, I actually learn more about the players from him than I probably know about them. But it's such a good time of the year, and there's so much commitment that these players put in, their families put in, and to see their dreams come true on days like this is really cool for anybody, but a hockey dad.
I know your son was looking at the TV over there. I was learning more from your son than I think I even realized about this draft. Well, it's fantastic to have you back in town. Obviously, great to see you. Congratulations again, and we're so excited to see what the future holds for not just you, but also the staff.
No, we're super excited to be here, and like I said, it's a great place to be in. There's a lot of excitement. Hope we can take advantage of it.
Absolutely. More excitement to come here on the show, too, Mike. I mean, we're not going to stop anytime soon. I hope you guys aren't either.
We brought some backup here with us to our table back at the center of our Hockey Night in Utah Draft Show special. Welcome to Utah, Adam Foote, and welcome to our show. It is great to have you here. What have these last few days been like for you, getting acclimated to the new digs?
It's fun. It's good. I worked with Turney in Colorado and got to know him. Worked with the D in his first NHL job, and we became friends after that, and we stayed in touch through time, and we call each other for advice and things like that. So it's funny how it ended up here.
You're used to the Rocky Mountains, by the way, spending
Right.
so much time in Colorado, so this is a familiar landscape. But you have had a lot of experience in different roles. You've done the player development, you've done the assistant coach, head coach. How does that help? Especially for where this team is at right now, because, you've championship as a player, winning teams as a player. How does all of that experience kind of bring to bear on this particular team and where they're at, where they're just on the cusp of taking that next step?
It's a great question.
I know it's very open-ended. You take it wherever you want to go.
Welcome to the show.
You're making me talk about myself. No,
I know, but
which I hate doing. The hardest thing as a coach, I think, the hardest thing is when you played, is you don't want to relate back to when I played or when I did or things like that. So you try to. We got great people around us, and I think, we get to grow as well with the way not just hockey, but I think our world's changed with our youth and what they're going through with social media. We've got to grow too. And keep changing. It's not like the old days when we started, right? You do the job or your bench type thing. Yeah. I just was very lucky. Joe Sakic in Colorado, I wasn't ready to work full-time. He allowed me to do part-time player development. I loved coaching youth hockey, got to coach some junior, just moved around. I just wasn't ready for a long time to take a full-time role. And I was lucky with Rick Tocchet going to Vancouver, where I thought I might have let it go too long, and I was able to coach there for 3 years, the defenseman there, and move on to head coach. We had a short run there, we all know, and but I love it. I love coaching. I love being around the guys in the locker room, and it's a partnership with the D. Like there's really talented defensemen here. Yeah. I'm watching their clips now a lot, and I know a lot of them. Yeah. We'll have fun getting them. They're so good. They're look where they are in the NHL. But it's gonna be fun opening up a partnership with them, and we're just there to support them and have an open relationship, and it'll be fun. I'd love to talk to you in a year. Yeah.
When you were with Vancouver this last year, what was the scouting report on Utah, and how did you view the defense corps specifically? What stood out to you?
Well, I just keep getting better and better. I was lucky. My son was in Tampa for a little bit and played with Sergachev, and I got to really see him play and see what he brings. And Uyghur being in Vancouver, got to see him a lot. And I know the D well. I don't know the young D that well, but it's an exciting group. They've got a lot of depth there in that position. It's going to be fun to work with them. Last year when we went to the rebuild, which doesn't happen often in Vancouver, right in November, we switched to 3 young D. I felt like for 2 months we were in a training camp, but they have a lot of pressure on them. And so having an older group, obviously I'll really think about how I'm going to approach them compared to a younger group. But I'll just be me and bring my instincts to them, and like I said, be a partnership. But it's an exciting group. I mean, you have a lot of talent, a lot of their hard talent's young. Yeah. And I really like what I've seen this week as far as the management, coaching staff understanding what pieces they need. Yeah. I look at it like you're going to war, and you don't want too many snipers, you don't want too many tanks. It depends what war you're fighting, but you want to be able to fight every battle. And I say that with respect to the real deal. But
one question I had for you is, you mentioned your son.
Yep.
How has coaching or developing a family member helped inform your coaching, as a whole? Because it's something you're so close to your son as growing up, and you're figuring out how to teach him things along the way. That's got to have helped, your transition from the playing days to the coaching days, to have had such a hands-on role, with a member of your own family.
Yeah, the youth hockey, and then jumping into junior, and then we had 4D or 3D that were 20 years old, 21 years old in Vancouver this year. That, and then I wish I could go back and coach my son now as I've grown and evolved, as far as like change with, we were real lucky to have great people around us that help us change with the way the world's changing. You have to evolve and grow, or you're not going to be able to stay up with the times. But that's a great question. There's things I love in his game, and and there's things that I'm learning now. I wish I so. But it's great. It's all the experiences helped me stay in tune and in touch with what's going on out there and grow.
Yeah.
One thing that was very clear watching you guys when the Mammoth went to Vancouver, when you guys came here, was that throughout the season, even though that was a rebuilding team in Vancouver, they never quit. They never quit on you. They played very hard. With your ability to connect to players, connect to younger players, Andre Tourigny, Bill Armstrong talking about the soul of a player, connecting to the person. How is your philosophy on that? Maybe how is that aligned with what you've heard from them in terms of connecting with players?
I love your question because, let's be honest, we can talk about it. What happened in 1 year, it's unfortunate. I'm not going to get into it, but it's deeply. But the players didn't quit, and especially in a market there, the tough media and what you go in and you go from we're going for this to a rebuild. I don't think people actually do that, but
yeah.
I love the way in a harsh media we protect the guys, and we did, and they didn't quit. They played for me. It wasn't just me. It was they played for the crest. That's something we try to.
Yeah.
It wasn't about me and my feelings, or it was more they bought into the fan watching, like walk around the concourse level and see how excited these guys or fans are to come watch you play hockey.
Yeah.
That's what we instilled in them, and we were a team. So, I think you have to be vulnerable as a coach and open up with them, and then you'll get a lot out of them. They'll
Trust
open up with
factor
you.
grows.
The trust.
Yeah.
I'm there to help them, and I don't know it all, and I try to say to them, everything I'm telling you, I messed up.
That's how you learn, right?
I learned that. You know what I mean? I
great.
did it that way too.
Yeah.
So it's a communication, and we keep trying to get better and grow. And I'm excited because there's watching these D. They're good, and there's a few tweaks, just little things that'll give them a little bit more of an advantage, and it's exciting to see.
I think your track record, just without even speaking a word to them, has a ton of credibility. Just walking into the room.
What just happened this year? No, I'm kidding. As I said to the coaches, I'm walking in there. I'm like, okay, I'm going to try to stay quiet here this first week of coaching. But we'll have some fun with it. I'm excited because I can't say it right now, but there's so much there that
So
is exciting.
So speaking of conversation points, it's being widely reported at this point that the team has made a trade. JJ Purka looks like is going to the Boston Bruins in exchange for a couple of first-round draft picks. Not officially official yet, but it's being widely reported. So, thoughts?
There's a question.
I'll give you some time.
Yeah,
Mikey and I have been, when this was first reported, we were talking about it. And listen, JJ is a valuable asset. This is a guy that scored 25 goals without a ton of power play time. So, this is a guy that's going to be an asset for the Bruins, who probably are looking for that infusion of skill. But maybe a better question is, in your brief time here, why? I don't know. What do you think makes sense about this deal in terms of it being good for Utah as well?
I know a lot of their skill set. Keller and Gunther Cooley, and it reminds me, but they're not at the level yet. They could be.
Yeah.
Forsberg, Sakic, down the middle.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, why'd you trade Sundin? And I'm not saying that these, these
Yeah,
players
yeah.
are young, so we don't know
Yeah.
where they're going to end up,
Yeah.
right? And they're great hockey players. It's just, for me, if I was asked, coming in and seeing Utah play, I think they needed some different pieces. They've got a lot of that.
Yeah.
And, I guess what I'm trying to say is when you build a team, like everyone's like, Sundin went on to score 500 goals, be the captain of the Toronto Maple Leafs. I'm not saying Purka's going to do that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is I think there's a situation where they might not have the room for that and need to.
It's kind of like you said, having a little bit of different offerings from different parts of the lineup.
That's the way I would look at that.
Yeah, and especially when you watch the way the playoffs evolve,
Carolina.
right? Exactly. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I was just going to bring up Carolina, and that's a case of they tried to bring in a star in Rantanen. It didn't work out, but the guys they did bring in maybe don't match up with Rantanen's points-wise, but Stankoven, Hall seem to be perfect fits there in Carolina. When you look at the Hurricanes and the Cup champions this year and their defense, because they didn't have that necessarily Norris-level guy. They didn't have a Quinn Hughes or a Makar, but they had 6 guys that were all pretty darn good and played well together. Is that the way back ends have to be built now?
Well, it's a great question because they also had 6, 7, 8. Well, how many years have Brendan been there?
Right.
With
the longevity
if he's there trying to instill what he instilled in 2 years, I don't think it's going to work.
Sure.
They need time to develop that core. And when these pieces come in, this is how we play.
Yeah.
And your core leadership, because they've been together so long and understand how they're going to play, the next guy comes in. So Stan Colvin might not have worked if he was there for 2 years. And may have gotten more wins. So that's a completely different dynamic. You have two different teams in Vegas. So this team's playing fast, in your face, up ice pressure. It took a long time to get them to think that way.
Yeah.
Where, Vegas is bigger, dots the boards. They could have won that series. I think I have reasoning. I'm not going to say it today why something happened.
Game two was a big.
Yeah, and I think both teams are built nicely and can win. And now for me a very dangerous thing is, we had our penalty kill a couple of years ago when Edmonton went so hot and they lost, but their PK was so strong in the playoffs. But they did like a term. They played it different than I believe. And Rick talking, I'm like, I'm taking your PK over. I really don't want to play that way. He's like, no, we're not. I go, good.
Yeah.
You don't want to be a copycat league. You don't want. It's not football. You don't want to fall in it.
Yeah.
You want to build your team, trust the way we believe and how we're going to play. And I respect how Brendan Moore did it. He had the time to do it.
Yeah.
Down south.
Yeah.
You're up coaching that team in a Toronto area or a Montreal. You might not have a long
window
long window, but he did a great job, and they hoisted the cup. And but it's a great question by you. I think you're letting some goals go, but we need other pieces too, right?
Do you think there's one blueprint? You mentioned the copycat league, and I feel like every year it's like, that team won because they were big. That team won because they were fast. That team won because. Do you think there's one way to do it, or do you think, listen, you can build a team with various different identities? It can work in any of these different ways.
Well, I think it starts with people.
Yeah.
And good leadership.
Yeah.
And surround it with good people. And, I think Vegas could easily won that as Carolina did. I think it's harder to do it the way Carolina did. I really do, with just that up ice pressure is so dangerous.
Yeah.
And
if you don't do it right.
Oh, boy, oh, boy.
That Purka trade's official, by the way, Dom, if you want to ask it again. No. But, sorry to interrupt, Hap. Go ahead.
First day on the job, he's getting grilled about trades. Yeah.
Yeah, well, like I said, we'll go back to, and these three players aren't there yet. Like, if you look at the skill set here, the size of them, and great skill.
Yeah.
I understand the trade, as far as trying to maybe down the road try to find a piece to play at a top 6 spot, like a Nolan a little bit. It's hard to find, but a little bit heavier to protect those guys. But I want to stay in my lane here.
I know you do.
You guys are making it hard.
But you're here. We had to talk about the trade.
I got a question about the D for you, or about just being a defenseman. But when you played, what were the teams stylistically that scared you the most? Was it be like a team that played with the pace that Utah did, or a team maybe more like Vegas that could dominate possession, and even if they didn't have a ton of shots, they found a way to score without volume, and they had big bodies and big trees on the defense
too?
That's a
great question. Good power play team scared me, because then I had to change the way I play. I couldn't be in the box. But no, you try to understand what you're going up against, and you just adjust that night. If it's speed, or if it's a shooter, or if it's a wall. If I'm playing against a heavier set guy in the corners like a Kachuk, I'm going to keep 50% of my body in front of him, because he's strong enough to hold me off if he gets that ice. Or if I'm playing against Korea, who maybe trying to get that breakaway speed or a 2-on-1, I'll respect that. My theory was I didn't want them to beat me with their A or their B. If they're going to beat me, it was their C and D skill, which is still a great skill, but it gives me a higher percentage to win that at that moment or that game. So try to teach guys, understand what's you're faced against. If he's got a one-timer, we're not giving him that all night. If he's going to beat us on something else, that's what I try to do and instill. And that's the way I try to approach the game, is understand what's up against me and respect that skill of them, and make sure, they're going to get it. They're great players. They're going to beat you. But you try to take away their A or B. That's the way I approach it.
This is a very PK granular question for you, but you mentioned the copycat league, and some of our viewers who watched us all year long heard us talk about the diamond, and that's been a change over the last couple of years where it used to be the top down pressure. Can you speak to why that change happened and so many teams, almost all of them now, went to the diamond? Was it just because so many teams got good at using the bumper and relieving the pressure, or what brought that?
Well, teams now that are in the diamond are the best teams in the power play that are dropping, like say a Dallas, are dropping to a spread, which is a box plus one. They're when they do just now, how you're beating penalty kills is recognizing when they've got the box. You try to cut off the top and not let them get into the box. But if they do, and say a bumper drop, which is a drop to the goal line, or
you like to cut the ice in half if you can.
I don't want them to get the top skating if I can. If they do, then I want to go on my own box. But I mean, Mads does a great job here.
Yeah, he does.
And we'll talk about that kind of thing. And he's been running it well. That's something we haven't touched on yet. But there's things you can do. You have to understand their strengths and not. Well, I like a PK where sometimes you will look past it, but there's trigger points to pressure.
Yeah.
And but it's a complicated question, and we don't have enough time.
It's still early.
It's only a 2-hour draft show, so
Well, we'll let you go. You got one?
I got one more, and just goes back to your connection in Colorado with Andre Tourigny and seeing him. What was that? 10 years ago now, compared to the head coach he is now. What, the 4th or 5th longest tenured head coach in the NHL? What have you seen that's different and the same from Bear over the course of your relationship?
Well, of course he's growing, and Bear and I've talked over the years, and we use each other for different mentorship and ask each other these hard questions, and we teach each other our experiences. But I love how honest he is.
Yeah.
And how hard he works. He just wants to win, and he studies the game real hard. He's a hard worker, and I'm all about the truth, and we're wasting our time if we can't just be honest. And I love that about him. You know where you stand. You know what he's going for, and I respect that a lot.
I got one more before we let you go.
That's fine.
Fond memories here in Utah.
Yeah, I talked about it, and I was caught off guard with it because I'm like, it was crazy. We lost to the Swedes in the first game, and they were, what the beauty of playing at that level.
2002 Olympics for anybody who doesn't know what we're
medal
talking about.
At the Maverick Center, just right down 215.
There you go. Yep. That was awesome. But you know what? Playing at that level, seeing how different Sweden played, they spread us out and they hit. Is
that the torpedo?
You know what? They do it here a lot.
Yeah.
Real good job with their neutral zone here. The way they do it, they don't call it the torpedo, but it's similar. And we didn't know what hit us. And poor Joseph, the guys weren't ready. We weren't ready. And then they switch. It's such a short term where they switch over to Brodeur. But both goalies we could have won. But what I liked about Brodeur was he could move the puck. And so we could do splits, which I don't like. But on the wide ice, I like it.
Oh, yeah.
I like splits if it's a goalie handle, which means if the goalie stops by the net, you have to go split. But there's a way to do it. But on the big ice, with the way Brodeur could do it, you had an extra D-man out there.
Yeah.
Helped us break out and things like that. But, the Olympics, lucky to be there and play with a good group, but you don't enjoy it as a player because of the pressure of it.
Stressful.
And you're in for such a short period. You're in and you're out. Like we won, and the next day I'm on the plane with Blake and Ginla and Sackett. We're playing Ginla the first game back. We were friends. And then all of a sudden, I remember I go back and I take a slap shot in the throat in the very next game. Yeah, I did. And I'm like, what is going on here? So we didn't.
Congrats on your gold medal.
Right.
There's a slap shot to the jugular.
Yeah, exactly.
The U.S. team took a week-long vacation or something like that.
Did they? It's changed.
Well, they went to the White House, stuff like that.
But, I said I'm always going to go back one day as a true fan. I was only able to see the women's game, which was great. But the Olympics is it's awesome. But when you play for Team Canada or USA, the pressure, which you love to be that. You want to be involved in that. But I don't have a ton of memories of Salt Lake except that memory I enjoyed. All the other stuff I was like in an Olympic Village, which was cool, but it was a long time ago.
Well, hopefully lots more good memories to come.
Hope so.
It's good to see you.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks a lot for the time, Adam.
You.
Welcome to Utah.
Thank you.
That's Adam Foote, new assistant coach of the Utah Mammoth. We just had that trade finalized. The team account has posted it, so we can talk about it now. But J.J. Paterka, Dom, to the Boston Bruins for for 2 first-round picks. It will be the 23rd overall pick this year, so that gives the Mammoth 2 first-round picks in this draft, and then a 2028 first-round draft pick as well. So what's your initial takeaway?
Thoughts are, listen, Adam kind of alluded to it. You've got an embarrassment of riches in terms of high-end skilled forwards, young skilled forwards, on the Mammoth. You can never have enough, don't get me wrong, but you look at the power play minutes, there just wasn't a ton of room for JJ. He certainly wasn't going to be on the number 1 unit.
Right.
He's supposed to be a sniper, right? He did that. He really produced well given his minutes, given his lack of power play time. So he still has a ton of value for other teams, but I think he had more value for another team than he had here. And so it's one of those that it makes sense potentially for both teams.
And the player.
And the player. And Utah can now have some more assets to work with, whether it's drafting more future pieces that they could do here today and going forward, or potentially using that as currency to improve the team in another way, which Bill Armstrong has been very clear about that he's open to doing that.
JJ Peterka, 25 goals this season. It was a down year for him. Still had 25 goals.
Call it a down year, but he did different setup. He wasn't playing.
You can tell the fit wasn't
playing on the first power play unit with Tage Thompson and whatnot. So it's tough to grade those things. Some might say he had a really productive year for where he is at, but listen, I think it's a good deal.
Bill Armstrong wheeling and dealing today with the trade, sending JJ Peterka over to Boston for a couple of first-round picks. And there's somebody who's been talking a lot to Bill
the other
recently.
Thing AD mentioned, which is a good fit for Boston, is they have a German coach.
That's
and
right.
now acquiring a German
Marco
player.
Sturm.
So again, sometimes it's about fit. I just stole that nugget from AD, but it was a great point from AD, who's always on his game.
And not to mention Boston, not a team that plays with a ton of pace. JJ certainly adds that as well. So somebody who has been talking to Utah's general manager recently, had him on the Nashcast just days ago. Let's bring in our good friend from Hockey Night in Utah and the Nashcast, Tyson Nash.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, he just got off the course, it looks like. Smokey the Bear.
I'm like a Sasquatch in the bush here, boys. Well done. I've been listening to the show for the last hour. You guys are knocking it out of the park.
Tyson, what do you think of the Peterka trade to get a couple first-round picks here?
Well, I think, just listening to you guys, I think you nailed it, right? I mean, JJ Peterka, let's be honest. If he's not in your top 6, he can't play on your team, right? He's not a third-line player. He's certainly not a fourth-line player. And I think ultimately watching him, and yes, he did produce, which was remarkable for how little he played and the power play time that he had. But this is a guy that, I think he played himself out of that top 6. I mean, he started the season with Logan Cooley and Dylan Guenther, and we thought that was going to be, an absolute powerhouse. Could you tell between the first line and the second line? That was the hope and that was the prayer, and it just didn't work out that way. I don't think he fit in maybe super well, and I think this is probably a good move, and, you might as well do it now. While you can, rather than, going 2 or 3 years and suffering with it. He wasn't happy. I'm sure Andre Tourney, liked him at times. But I don't know if he really fit into what and where this team is going, right? Ultimately. And it's a good trade, I think, for him. Now he's going to go to Boston. You mentioned it. Sturm is a German, so he's going to appreciate what JJ Peterka brings. And they need some speed in Boston. Ultimately, they're getting older, a little long in the tooth. So I think this will be a real good spot for JJ.
Long in the tooth. That's a Matt McConnell phrase, if I've ever heard one.
They spent a lot of time together.
Hey, don't give me PTSD, Dom, all right? I know what you're going through. I could barely get a word in. I know you suffer the same problems. And Adam Foote, boys, what an interview. I loved it. I wanted you guys to keep going. What an addition to this team. Are you kidding me? But talking about PTSD, this guy scared the absolute hell out of me. Chasing me around the ice. I mean, this guy was as mean and as dirty as they come. literally. And now we have him in the coaching.
Just the credibility
aspect of
too, right, Nasher, of a guy that stood in front of a lot of one-timers and took them, for the sake of the team, and it played so many, pressure games, and like you said, paid the price for his team over and over again in that kind of a role. I just feel like when a guy like that steps into the locker room without saying a word, he's got instant credibility with the players.
Yeah, what are you going to argue about with them, right? I mean, you may disagree, but you have to respect them. Yeah. And I think when you look at a lot of organizations that have success, they have a lot of NHL players who have been in the trenches, who know. They have credibility, and that means something. That matters, right? And I think the more types of players like that you can add to your organization, especially in a coaching role, it can only help you, because we know analytics. I love analytics. They're very important to our game moving forward, but you still need the eyeball test. You need the eyeball and the heart test, and I don't think there's a better guy than Adam Foote.
We just had head coach Andre Turney walk by. I thought he was about to crash our set here for a second.
All smiles.
The bear. The big bear.
Tyson, you talked to Bill Armstrong for the Nashcast. Again, you can find that interview on the Nashcast YouTube channel. You can see clips of it on the Nashcast official on Instagram as well. But your relationship with GMBA goes back, obviously, to the Arizona days. With the Mammoth now holding 2 picks in this first round, what are the big takeaways that you got from that conversation from Bill with how he's approaching this year's draft?
Well, first of all, he touched on, I found it interesting because I would have thought that, you're looking at weaknesses in your roster, in your prospect pool, right? And Bill was like, no, it's best player, next best player up. That's who we take. And this is a guy that's been through I don't know how many drafts in his career, and that was his strength, the scouting, right? That is where he really stood out above the rest. And he had a very interesting take. He didn't bite on my one question when I was like, okay, we just watched Brady Tkachuk go from Ottawa to Florida for not a single roster player, right? So it was draft picks, and now they're accumulating more draft picks. And for me, I wouldn't be surprised. And Bill wouldn't bite on it. He's like, nope, I like our team. I love our team. I like where we're headed. And I think that's another, JJ Purka thing, is that, this is a guy that's going to get a real good opportunity in Boston. And, he wasn't going to play in the top 6. And we have prospects coming. And I think this is also maybe let's make some room for a T. Ginla maybe, right? Because you can't add another skilled player like that. And we have too many of the smaller skilled guys, right? I really do. And, I love JJ Purka as a human being, but I think it was a great trade. But Bill wouldn't bite on it. But he has the opportunity now, guys, with all these pieces to bundle it up and do something big if he wants to.
I think Nasher makes a great point about Teach. I mean, you got to have opportunities for guys to prove they can do it. And if you think he can too, well, you don't want to wait until he's already there and then all of a sudden everybody knows Purka's expendable. It's just, those are the kinds of things that they are so attuned to, planning for the future, planning for 6 months, a year from now. I think that's a great point that Nasher makes about.
Or Dom, at least like a spot, right? Like, I know you went to 1 million training camps, as did I, but you want to have like a little window of hope, right? Like, there's an opening here.
Still got to earn it, but it's there for the taking. Yeah.
Yes. And now there's a massive window for one of those guys to step in.
And when you think about the similarities, though, I mean, offensive player, left-hand shot, Tej, Purka share those attributes. So I think that's well said.
That's why we brought you on, Tyson. And you mentioned opening up room for somebody else, not just roster-wise, but salary-wise as well. According to Puckpedia, the Mammoth now with a little over $21 million in cap space. So that's certainly plenty of.
Can sign you to a multi-year deal.
You could almost fit me in. But Tyson, going back to your conversation with Bill, he's been drafting higher in the first round the last several years. You think of Caleb Denoyer at 4th, you think of T. Ginla at 6th, and even before that to the Arizona days when Logan Cooley was taken 3rd overall, Dylan Guenther 9th. What vibes did you get from him about drafting in this part of the draft further back in the first round?
Well, I think he's excited about it. And, you look at some of the guys that have been taken. I don't know if you guys have a list there in front of you. I certainly don't. But, man, there's some unbelievable names, right? Keith Tkachuk was a 19th overall pick. I mean, you go down the list. Getzlaf, I believe, was another guy. I mean, these are, like, Hall of Fame players, right? And, so for me, like, you just got to keep stockpiling and adding pieces. And whether you're drafting or trading them off, I mean, this is a big opportunity for Bill. I mean, that trade with Brady Tkachuk, that says it all. It says it all. They didn't even give up a roster player. I still can't believe it, right? And now Bill has just a bucket full of prospects and players, and now draft picks, 2 first-rounders in this year's draft. I mean, that's incredible. This guy, what he came into, you guys, after Chaika and the suspension and losing those draft picks, and what Bill Armstrong has done since then. I mean, it's remarkable where he's taken this team.
Nash, I got another one for you. We were talking before about the draft and how the NHL is different than other professional sports.
You tell those birds to pipe down, by the way?
No, those are...
I need a pellet gun here.
Those
at least
are like
a BB gun. I don't want to...
Those are like the fake bird sounds at the Masters. He's got speakers in the trees, just piping in. but Nash, you're like the crapshoot that the NHL draft is. It's so hard. These guys are so young. There's so many top end picks that don't pan out. Like, what's your take on why it's so hard to project hockey players, in this kind of...
That's a great question. And for me, Dom, I don't know how you feel about this. I think these kids are too young.
Yeah.
I think you wait for sure 1 more year, if not 2. Yeah. And then you really know, because I've watched so much hockey, watching my son go through it all, right? And I'm looking at these young kids and I'm like, how do you know?
Yeah.
And this is like the future of your team. This is your business, right? Yeah. This is Ryan and Ashley Smith. This is their business. And it's a tough decision to make at such a young age, because a lot of kids, they don't turn into men until they're 23, 24 years old, ultimately, right? I mean, that's when I thought I was the best player ever. I think it started at 24, and then 26, 27, I'm like, okay, this is Tyson Nash as an NHL player. This is probably as good as I'm going to get, right? Speed-wise, injury-wise, how it takes its toll. But these scouts,
experience-wise too, right? Like so much, you just need that body of work to build up the experience.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. First of all, I couldn't drive on those prairie roads in the dead of winter. Like, forget it. We talked to Bill about that too.
Yeah.
Like, just where he went from to where he is today, leading the Utah Mammoth. I mean, it's exciting. It's an exciting time for Utah, and they continue to build. I talked to Ryan Smith actually yesterday about it. Talked about the Jazz, how fired up he is about that pick, and now Utah, right? So Bill just keeps pulling the right strings.
247th overall in 1994 to the Vancouver Canucks, Tyson Nash. I got one more for you, Tyson. Best draft note or story from your draft that you remember?
Oh, man. Well, for me, I mean, it was about me. I mean, I was a kid. I'll never forget. They had those central scouting weigh-ins, and they measure your height. I had wool socks on. Remember those big wool socks, like from Work Warehouse we used to buy? I wore those, and I had soap bars in the bottom of them. And then I had my garter belt on with like 5-pound weights on each of my thighs, right? So I weighed in. I was taller. And I was.
If you're not cheating, you're not trying, right, Nash?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I should have stuck my nose up in the air. I would have been like 6'7" if I did that. I need vaulted ceilings in my home because the schnoz boys. But I'll never forget when the ratings came out and we all looked at them, right? But you never got them online because there's no internet. So you're going through the hockey news or whatever it was. I think that's what it was, the hockey news, and you're like, oh my God, there I am. I think I was rated in the 4th round. And ultimately, you said it. I think it was the last pick in the entire draft of the Vancouver Canucks. I was going to go to the draft as well. My agent wanted me to go. I didn't go, thank God, because I would have been sitting there for a while. I'd still be asleep in the stands if I did. But I was so pissed off, you guys. When I got that call from Vancouver, I pretended to be happy, but I was so pissed off. I'm like, are you kidding me? I went in the 10th round. I literally went down the list for every guy that went ahead of me in our league. And I'm like, I'm taking this guy out. I'm taking this guy down. It was fuel for the fire. So for all those kids, congratulations, Dom. I know you've been through it. They're getting drafted today, but for the kids that don't, if you didn't get drafted, dig in. It's not the end of the world. Some guys take longer to develop. If you're a good enough player, if you have character, if you're tough, if you can play both sides of the puck, they will find you. So keep working, right?
Love that. And it's interesting, like Nasher points that out, like that was fuel for him, right? Like getting picked, behind so many others that, it motivated him. And for me, I don't know what it was, but I didn't really place a lot of stock in the draft. Like Gary Bettman, when players get picked, they go up to the stage, he says, "Welcome to the NHL." For me, when I got drafted, I didn't feel like I was in the NHL. Like I'm a long way from the NHL. Just because you get drafted doesn't mean jack squat. You still have to earn your way to the NHL to play a game. And so my first reaction was
exactly, right? Yeah. I mean, I think, Dom, and to your point, I think if I got drafted like in the first round, you get all this money, right?
Yeah.
It would have went right to my noggin, right to my head. I would have been at the bar with the boys every night, buying drinks, chirping at the bouncers. I could buy this bar. Like, that was not meant for me. I was meant to go in the last pick because it literally just fueled you.
Yeah.
So,
totally.
Tyson, this has been awesome. Hey, and remember to put out your campfire at night. Only you can prevent a forest
You can turn
fire.
off the bird noises now.
That's my wife whistling at me, boys.
Thanks, Nash.
Shirts on.
Hey, well,
See
go
you, boys.
check out the Nashcast and on YouTube and Instagram, Nashcast Official on IG. We're going to cut to break in a moment just to recap the first now 10 picks as Nashville just sent out that was at Luke Bryan, I think, to select Wyatt Cullen. Gavin McKenna, first overall to Toronto. Ivar Stenberg, second overall to San Jose. Caleb Malhotra, third to Vancouver. Daxon Rudolph goes fourth to Buffalo, big defenseman out of the WHL. Albert Smits, the Latvian, to the New York Rangers at 5. Carson Carroll's out of the WHL to Calgary at 6. Chase Reed fell back to 7th with Seattle, big defenseman out of the U.S. Viggo Bjork out of Sweden, a smaller center but very skilled by all accounts, to Winnipeg at 8th. Keaton Verhoff went to San Jose at 9, so there's the Sharks' big defenseman. And Wyatt Cullen at 10th to Nashville.
Cullen's an interesting one because he really grew. He grew like 4 inches in the last year and a half and vaulted up the list really quickly. Yep. Super skilled, draft. They typically put a lot of, stock on size, and all of a sudden he went from a smaller guy to a good, like he's a 6'1" now.
Now he's got small guy skills and a big frame.
Exactly. That's a good combination to have. His dad is a NHL Stanley Cup champion, so another son of a veteran player, that has been through it. So that's all bodes well for Nashville to make that pick.
I like Keaton Verhoff there because he's a big defenseman out of UND. And
we're breaking. Your peripheral vision didn't pick up on it, but
I saw it. I'm getting to it here. So before I get in trouble again, let's go to a Fresh Ice episode. Then on the other side, we have people much smarter than us. We're going to have Andre Tourigny, Nick Olczyk, and Kim Becker. So they'll take you through the rest of the first round right after a little bit of Fresh Ice, which you can find on the YouTube Mammoth YouTube page.
We've got OT here, Oilers and Mammoth. Keller! It's over!
This year is the year for us to actually make the playoffs, and that's what we all expect. Enough talking about it in the offseason and actually doing it.
Yes, the Utah Mammoth have clinched a playoff berth for the first time in franchise history.
Getting there is a challenge. It's a long season. There's a lot of highs and lows.
We always had the standings in the cafeteria to kind of see where we at.
It just comes down to the small details. One play that you think is not a big deal
ends up being the difference.
Every point matters. It's super tight. You can see it in the standings. It came down to a couple points here or there.
Well, the lessons that we learned from last year, I think, we're more resilient in the tough stretches.
Each and every one of us really matured as players. We all took another step.
That was indicative throughout the season, the way we responded to tough losses, the way we were able to break losing streaks.
They earned the right to play game 83.
You know, when you get in the playoffs, anything can happen.
We're going to bring a lot of energy. You know, it's something this organization and everyone's been looking forward to, and, you know, now it's finally here.
That's what we've been working for all season, to be in this position, and, you know, the real work is just getting started.
An electric atmosphere here inside T-Mobile Arena. Game 1 of the Western Conference quarterfinal. So here we go.
Well, it's been a physical affair to start this game.
Again, he scores!
Logan Cooley has Utah's first Stanley Cup playoff goal.
Locked in front, a chance, and a goal.
No, it's another fourth-line goal for Vegas. This is going to be a losing effort for the Utah Mammoth. A game where the intensity was through the roof since the drop of the puck. Win or lose, you got to learn something.
As far as just the takeaway from game 1, where do you guys kind of assess how that one went?
Yeah, I like our compete. Our mindset mentally, you know, they played a heck of a game. It was a physical affair. There wasn't much open ice out there. That's kind of what we expected. You know, we get a day now to learn and make some adjustments.
The intensity of the first game is, and the nerve is always there. Big challenge is to stay at 10 out of 10. You know, the intensity was there. You need to stay there and raise your focus and raise your detail in the game. It's one game at a time. It's here and now. The only thing is important in our life is tonight.
Liked lots of things about our game 1, so like I said, just match that intensity, and we're all super excited for it.
Right back to the line. Gunther with a shot. He scores! Dylan Gunther! Stop off the point. They score! Logan Cooley with the go-ahead goal. It's 3-2 Utah. And the Utah Mammoth, terrific here tonight. And they now have home ice advantage heading back to the Delta Center.
There's always a lot of talk that you want to steal one. You can get one and get back home, do what we have to do and take care of our home ice, and we're in a good position.
You know, there's a lot of emotions in these playoff games. I think you have to just find a way to stay level-headed.
Everyone's lifting each other up. It's a good feeling. I think it feels like we're always in it no matter what.
You know, it's nice that, you know, we could kind of get the series tied up, heading back home.
All right. Well, we've been tapped in. Great episode of Fresh Ice there by Kim Becker, Nicole Check, and joined by the Bear head coach Andre Turney. Thanks so much for taking the time joining us here today. I mean, it's finally nice that we got to be tapped in here. They were just on for like an hour and a half. Told Mikey and Don
Thanks
to
for
go
saving
get some
some
food.
air for us.
I know, seriously. But Coach, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks
Congratulations
for having me.
on the extension. Quite the week for you.
Yeah.
What have emotions been like the last few days for you?
It's great. I think we're a lot of meetings with all the staff, the pros, the coaches as well, and it's a lot of preps. Everybody thinks after the season you have time off. You don't. You don't have time off. You're after the free agency and the dev camp. Okay, we'll have time to go fishing a little bit, but before that, it's a lot of work. But I really like the work we're doing and the alignment we have as an organization, where we want to go, what we want to achieve, and now we need to keep grinding, but there's good thing ahead.
Got to ask you about the extension.
Yeah.
How excited are you? How great does it feel to know that the organization from the very top doesn't only have confidence in you, but wants you to be at the front of this organization for some years to come?
Yeah, that's obviously I feel really fortunate, and it's a hell of a privilege. I think the way we're treated here in Utah, and the group of players we have, obviously it started with Ryan and Ashley Smith, the way they treat us and the way they take care of the player and everybody, and then goes with the management, the relationship I have with Bill and all the management, and we're on the same page on what we're trying to do and how we want to play and what we want to achieve and the direction and everything. So that's the culture you want to be in. You want to work in the same direction. And then it's the same thing with the player. I think it's a big thing when you talk about culture, you talk about values, and you want to be aligned, but the player are driving that. The player has to be aligned, and the player has to buy in that. And the mentality we have in our organization to always look to get better, always the continue improvement. What can we do today to be better? We don't want to waste any day. We want to win every day, and the player buy in that. We can win or lose 6-1. The next day doesn't change anything. The player are showing up with the intention of getting better. What can we do today to win the day, to be better, to improve? Whatever, if we win 6-1 and we feel good about ourselves, we're coming back and humble and, okay, what can we do better? What can we improve? And the player are hungry for that. They're looking at us like, bring something new, let us learn. So we really like the culture of the organization.
As a head coach at the offseason, speaking of all of the players, what does your relationship with them look like? When you guys aren't on the ice all the time, how often are you in communication? Do you talk to them?
As less as possible. I really like to give them their space and give them air. Touch base, some discussion. Some guys maybe a little bit more, but I really think confident. To be confident, you need to be trusted. And for me, micromanagement, it's not my style. I don't want me calling them every 2 weeks and, hey, how's your training? And are you improving this or that? No. We talk to them. They have a plan of what they have to do. It's clear. It's extensive. They know what they have to do. Touch base once in a while. But I trust they're serious about it. And we've been here 5 years, and nobody ever give me a reason to not trust them, to doubt them, to doubt the improvement they want, the effort they put in their improvement. So our guys are on it. We talk about, I just said, our player bought in and the fact of, heck, what can we do to be better every day? They're driving that culture. So our guys are serious about their business. You look at all our players, they're leaving for the summer, they're coming back, and they're better. They improve. So I'm excited about seeing a lot of our guys coming back, training camp, how being better. And for sure, to your point, we follow up during the summer, but not just the coach, the high performance group, the development group, and we make sure the player have everything they need, all the resources they need to be better. But I don't want them to feel I don't trust. They put the time and the effort. I trust them. I know them, and we have a good group.
Let me follow up, sorry, real quick.
Yeah.
Do these players have to build your trust, or do you trust them right away when they come in?
No, I trust them right away.
Okay.
And then don't lose it,
Okay,
because it's
Good
tough
to know.
it's tough to get it back, But
Have you always been that way?
No.
Because honestly, I was not expecting you to say that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of like that's.
I will tell you where it's coming from. When I jumped in the NHL, the GM was Joe Sakic, the coach was Patrick Roy, my partner as a assistant coach was Adam Foote. And I was always talking about, hey, we need to stay on them. And Joe Sakic told me, hey, there's not one player who will show up at the ring thinking, I don't want to be better today, or I just want to go through the day. He said, those guys are professional. They will show up, and they will want to be better. They will want to be coached. They will want to be pushed, but they want that. It's not. You don't have to convince them. They want to be. And from there, I make kind of a switch. I say, okay, I need to trust. Those guys are pro. They're not learning their job. They're pro. They're the best in the world, playing the best league in the world. That's their privilege, but they treat that as such, as a privilege, and they work at it. So I always think player needs to be trusted. They need to be loved. So I give them that. And now it's up to you to deal with it and do the right way. And if you don't, well, okay, now it's my shoe in your
different ball game here. Yeah.
You mentioned the name Adam Foote. Mikey and Dom had the opportunity to talk to him, and I think all you need to do is listen to him speak for 5 minutes to see what a great human he is, and of course how intelligent he is. What's he going to bring to the staff? And can you maybe talk a little bit about your experience with him on a coaching staff?
He's been a leader all his life. So in his hockey team, has a coach. He coached minor hockey, coached my kids when I was in Colorado, was the coach of my boys. He coached with me with the Avalanche. We stay in touch after. He coached when he went coaching junior and so on and so forth. He's a leader. He has a big personality. He knows cracking joke and all of that. He knows to get the attention. But the most important thing, his knowledge is unbelievable. When I arrived with the Avalanche, I never coached PK before. Here we go. You're in the NHL. You coach PK, and Foote is the guy who helped me a lot. You know, I was in charge of PK, but he taught me so much on the route for the D, the positioning, the mindset, the PK, and he helped me tremendously. He was not with the team all the time. Was not traveling with the team, but every time we're at home, he was there, and he helped me on that facet, that phase of the game. So I really have a tremendous respect for him, and we always stayed in touch from there. We stayed friends, and when the situation happened in Vancouver, that there were an opportunity there. But he's a great leader. He has knowledge. It's unreal the detail in his game he has. So that will be good for our guys.
And you've been around the game your whole life. You've seen players retire, transition in other parts of the game. In your eyes, what makes a good player turn into a good coach?
Yeah. I think I always say the job of a coach is not to know. Everybody know. You know, now with the video we have, the conference we can go, knowledge is not the thing. The job of the coach is to make them do it. Can you make them do it?
Yeah.
Knowing, okay, that's no big deal. Everybody know. We can put 100 coach here and start talking. That's great. Everybody knows the game. Everybody knows the system of the other team. Everybody knows the detail. That doesn't matter. Are you capable of making your player do it? Are you able to make it simple enough so the player don't have to overthink? They just can do it without hesitation, and everything has to fit in kind of a chain. It cannot be things who don't fit in each other. So everything has to be a chain connector and has to be easy for the player. You need to make sure the way you teach it, it's smooth and it's not complicated for the player. So knowing, for me, it's I love knowing. I love to read. I love to ask questions. I'm everywhere. I'm a rat for that. But it's not what make the difference. Can you make them do it? That's what make the difference in a good coach. And Foote is capable of explaining it in a way that guys are capable of catching and doing it easy.
I have to imagine that being a father takes some of those qualities as well, right?
Exactly. It's a little bit the same. It's human resource.
Yeah.
It's HR. It's not different than another. It's leadership. It's human resource. It's managing people, and it's to get the best of people. The difference is you deal with the best athletes in the world in hockey. So it's the best job in the world.
Yeah. Well, okay. I have to ask a question about your press conference a couple days ago. Somebody said that you're always coming in to work with a lot of joy, with a big smile on your face.
Yeah.
And you said that you got that from your mom.
Yeah.
That touched me so much when I was listening to that. I was like, I want to be like head coach Andre Tourigny's mom, because to have that, especially as a mother with kids and wake up every day and have that joy, I mean, that takes, sometimes you got to pull yourself together, right? And make yourself do it. So, but for you to remember that from your mom as her son is huge. So shout out to her.
She's 86. She's still going. And it's the same. I always say she started smiling and talking before she wakes up.
She might be watching right now.
Yeah, she's unreal. She's everywhere you go, because she was working for the midget AAA team. She was doing communication for the team, and you go in the ring. everybody go see my mom. Everybody's happy. There's a smile. There's the hug. She's the sun of the place. She is the sunshine, and she always been like that. So when I was not exactly like that at the beginning. I'm the kind of guy who wake up in the morning and give me some slack. And my mom was on the
another level.
On another level, I was kind of, oh my God, what's going on? So I learned with time and say, okay, that's
the way to live.
That's the way to live.
What's the point, right?
There's
if you're
no
not
bad
waking
day.
up like
There's
that.
no bad day from my mom.
Yeah.
Oh, that's incredible. I just thought that was so cool.
Yeah. And speaking of being happy and joyful, I know you've talked ad nauseum about last season, so I kind of want to transition a question more towards now that you've had even more time to reflect back and look. What makes you even more excited for next year?
I think our group, our player, are so hungry. They taste it, and as much as I will talk and I talk about not being satisfied and everything, I don't feel. I can say at a certain level I'm scared of it. I don't want that to happen. But it's not when I talk to our players. It's not what I feel. I feel they want even more. They're hungry. They want it. I think they taste it, and now they're kind of it tastes pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm. They want more of it. Yeah,
exactly. I want more of that thing. So that's what excites me about our group. Obviously, I love our player. They're a great guy. They work hard. I just talk with passion about how much they want to be better and everything. I love that. But if you go a step further, now they want it even more. And I told you that when I arrived at training camp last year.
Mm-hmm.
We were saying, playoff. I was our guys were kind of locked in.
Yeah.
If I will have walk in the room and I say, we'll try to make the playoff, I think they will have kicked me out of the room. They would say, hey, what are you talking about? They were locked in.
They were confident.
That's ours. That somebody has to take it away from us. That's ours. And now I feel as a team, we cannot take that for granted. We need to know it will be extremely hard to do it again. But I think our guys are up for the challenge and they want it, and that's great.
And you said you're always learning.
Yeah.
How about this summer? Is there another phase? I know you're not going to give away the secrets. I don't want to give away the secret sauce.
We don't want that to happen.
Is there a next phase or a next stage in the next evolution of your ability to coach that you're going to look to try to dive into?
Yeah, I say that sometimes people think I'm joking. There's 16-page of things we want to improve.
Mm-hmm.
People say, no, it's I have it on Word document, so it's true. It's
got the receipts.
It can be a really detailed where it's not really important, but it's just little thing we want to do better. Where there's thing about there's thing we work with our mental skill coach. Okay, how can we be more composed in certain situation? And we have meeting with Tom and try to learn and how we can not knowing it doesn't do anything. My job is not to know. My job is to make our player do it. So we know we need to stay even kill. I know how to deal with myself, but now I need to help our player to be able to be even kill in those situations or to be a little bit more consistent in a certain situation. I think last year we made a huge step in our consistency. But that doesn't mean we get where we are where we want to be.
Mm-hmm.
We still need to improve, and that's the mentality we want to have. It's continued improvement. So how we get those things better, and it's meeting with Mark Givermo, it's meeting with Tom on the mental side. It's certain conference or certain book I'm reading, or sometimes it's conversation with other coach. And there's a lot of things we want to improve. There's X and O's as well.
Mm-hmm.
We won't lie. There's stuff where our D-zone coverage, that little part of the game, that little box out, that whatever. But there's a lot of detail on the way we travel, from the way we practice, from the way everything. We review everything, so there's note on a lot of stuff.
What's it like watching the rest of the playoffs after you're done playing as a coach? Did you watch every game?
Terrible.
Is it pretty bad?
Yes,
Is it
I
tough?
watch every game, but
Yeah.
every time, no.
Could you enjoy any of it?
Yeah, I love it. I watch it every night. And when you arrive at the end, there's not hockey every night. It's boring like hell. You say, what the hell is going? What will I do tonight? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so no, I'm a junkie, but there's it's a little bit different when you've been part of it.
Right.
The other years you're not part of it. You try to understand the feeling, and you try to understand the little detail, the communication with the ref and everything. Like I said, I like to study those kind of thing and understand what the people feel in the game. But now you've been there, okay. You're looking at, I will say, differently. You're looking at certain aspect of the game was different. So okay, that now I understand that part. We've been there. I'm not saying I master it, but I understand. Okay, now I need to keep improving. But it's the same thing when you look for a player. You say, okay, this player in the past 3 years in the playoff did not get over the hump. Now he did. Okay, why? What changed? Is it just happened by magic, or something changed in his game, and maybe it can help one of our player who needs to get over the hump and try to have some point to relate with? And I think you need to always be a student of the game.
Yeah. And we're seeing highlights here from some of those games, and I'm just thinking when you think about that playoff run and some of the massive steps and leaps that especially some of your younger players took, the atmosphere at home at the Delta Center, when you think about the playoff run and the games that you guys played in the postseason, what comes to mind?
Yeah, there's first of all, there's the way our player wanted to adjust and to be better in that series. We started the first game, we could not create any possession. That was a little bit of a whoa. Oh, I cannot play my game in that. What's going on? And then finding ways to help them and them digging in and finding ways. I think by the end of the series, okay, they were capable of being themselves. And I think that was huge for the player, and it was huge for us to try to help them to get there. And knowing we can do that, we made some tactical adjustment who had a big impact at the end. Our possession was much better, and we were cutting more possession. So to see that, we're looking back. And then because we were in meeting all last week, and you look at your coach, so you're looking at what we did wrong, basically. Okay, their scoring chance, they're this, they're that. And so you look at it, you say, okay, this little detail can make a difference. If we fix that, if we fix this, that will have a huge impact. And the thing is, again, knowledge doesn't mean anything. You can have a list of that much thing you want to change. That's what's important. What's your job is to pick the right thing you want to improve, the thing who will have the most impact and will allow your player to keep playing with instinct, with pace, with passion, with fun, with energy and everything. If you start to go in front of them and you tell them everything you know, okay, that's boring like hell. So you don't want to make that boring. You want the player to have fun, to show up at the ring every day, to be excited, to want to be here, to want to be in that building, to want to be in Utah. That's what you want. You want them to want to play together, to want to be for each other. So that's our job. So it's not about what you know. It's about picking the right thing who will make our team better.
Give yourself some credit, too. You've helped establish a culture of accountability and work ethic and fun. And look what happens.
People want to come here, right?
Exactly. People do want to come here.
And we're proud of that.
Yeah,
I think at the end of the season, the presser, I said that. The people were saying, what you're proud of. I said, wow, bro, the guys want to be here. They want to sign long-term here. They want to come here. There's guys who waving their no-trade laws to come here. We have guys who are our own, who sign long-term. They want to be here. That's an achievement for our organization, for our ownership first.
Yeah,
that building is unreal. Right? that environment is unreal. They give us the mean, and the management do a really good job, and all the staff is from the equipment to the you travel with those guys, equipment, medical, high performance. They're unreal. They're such great people. So that's the environment you want to create, and we all need to feed from each other. The energy has to be from everywhere, and there has to be a chain connector, and we take a lot of pride in that.
Good, as you should. Well, development camp coming up, and then you mentioned maybe some fishing this off season. Any other plans? Because hopefully you get some time to actually sit back, relax, right?
Will happen.
Okay, good. Good.
Guaranteed.
What are you fishing for?
What else? Yeah.
Largemouth bass or
no,
what?
yeah, some bass,
The
some
fishermen.
trout, some salmon last year when I went almost in Alaska. I was in
It makes
Canada.
sense. A bear fishing for salmon. You just use
There
your
you go.
hands.
You
Is
got
that-
it.
is that
You
what
got
you
it, Nick. That's exactly what happened. No, absolutely. No, a little bit of motorcycle and boating and all the
Sounds
fun
pretty good.
stuff. So
That's
that
great.
will be.
So you're going to come back with a nice tan, is what you're saying.
No.
You've got one, though, Nikki.
Yeah,
Looks
just a little
like,
bit,
right?
just a
Yeah,
little
you've been
bit.
out in the sun. Oh, I love it. All right, Coach. Well, thank you so much. We really
Thank you.
appreciate
Thanks for
you
coming, Coach.
stopping
Thank you.
by. Yeah, I know it's
Thank
a
you.
busy week, a lot going on. So
Thank you.
thank you.
All
for
right.
your time. Yeah. Nikki, you and I are going to keep hanging out.
Yeah,
here. What
we
do got
are.
Going
A
on?
lot going on with
St.
the
Louis
with the
on
draft.
The clock. Yeah, number 15 there. How have you felt about the draft so far, sir?
Yeah, it's been there's been some teams that are really getting some players that are going to be altering to their franchise, and of course the first overall draft pick in Gavin McKenna, and there's been quite some time since we've seen a player that skilled to be in a draft and a guy that can really take over a game. And I think we're
Speaking of a guy who can really take over a
he can
game.
really take over a game. Whoa!
Someone's just making himself at home here, not even waiting for an introduction.
We
okay, Matt.
replace a bear with a
It's all good.
Spartan. So here we go. Hi,
Jeez,
Maddie.
what a downgrade, huh?
Hi, Maddie.
Matt
Maddie,
McConnell,
how are
everybody.
ya?
Matt McConnell.
So this
You're
guy,
looking good.
So this guy right here, you were unbelievable on the golf course.
we're pivoting. We're going on this
Oh, you
tangent.
gotta kill
All
some
right, do
time
tell.
somehow.
I mean, seriously, this guy shot 80. He had 3 birdies on the back 9.
Yeah.
I was
Is that why you're so tan?
I was lucky.
Oh, okay.
I was lucky to be where his ball was in 2. Lucky, right?
It's okay. Yeah, we gotta.
Hey, how was Bear?
It was great.
Oh, he was awesome.
He's so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
He's so
he
good.
was awesome.
We are we're very lucky to have Andre Tourney as the head coach of the Mammoth, and
Amazing guy. Just saw him off camera. I said, hey, guess what? 2 more months, then I'll have all the stupid questions again for you.
I was like, thank God I have 2 months. My goodness.
Sarah Merrifield,
Sarah
ladies and
Merrifield,
gentlemen.
bringing in our
Merrifield.
water.
Thank you very
Bringing
much.
in our water.
thanks.
Yeah, Matt's working so
Thanks,
hard.
Sarah.
Please,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please
Holy
drop
smokes!
off Matt's water.
By the way, I finally got a block. I was halfway out to my car here.
I was actually going to send you a text and ask you to go get us some dessert because I saw you just sitting over there doing a whole lot of nothing. But Maddie, you've been around.
I was at the same table. You weren't doing much either until about
I've been
10 minutes
really
ago.
hard for the
What's
last 10
going on with the
minutes,
chat?
okay?
That's what I want to see. I want to see what's
Let's-
everybody saying. Love Bear, love that.
Love Bear.
Very nice. That was The Dark Knight Rises 3:30. Heck of a movie, by the way. One of my
That is a
very
great
favorites.
one.
Is that a real name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see what else do we got. Hopefully.
I did see someone asking if Tyson Nash was at Flathead Lake. Shout out to you that knew who Flathead Lake.
Flathead
where
Lake
Flathead
is
Lake was in
awesome.
Montana. I was born in Missoula, so big Flathead
That's right,
fan.
you were
but
born in
Yeah,
Missoula. I
but
love
Tyson is
Missoula.
in Coeur d'Alene.
Yeah. Clark Fork River
Clark Fork
country.
River.
Yes,
That's right.
yes,
That's right.
yes.
That's right. No, but Maddie, you have spent the last how many years with head coach Andre Tourney?
Quite a bit.
Yeah, 5, right? 5 or so.
Yeah, you know, it feels like being with him for 6 months. If you ask him, he'll say it feels like 100 years. But no, you know what? He's great with us.
Very.
We all know that. Teaches me something new about the game. I've been doing this for a long time, but he is so good, right? And he's so good to us. And I think he's the right guy. And I was all excited. I texted him when he got his contract extended. I think it's a great move. I think it's going to be a great day for the Mammoth. We're waiting on the pick and everything else, but the big trade today, so they got options, right?
Yeah. And to Maddie, a little bit of other news.
Nikki's got his phone here. That's smart.
What's
going on?
One of the NHL top insiders, Pierre LeBrun, along with others.
Yeah. Hit me.
Saying that it looks like Anaheim is sending Mason McTavish to St. Louis. So that's
really
another big move. And then there was some back and forth between McTavish and the Anaheim Ducks, and obviously now there's the trade. So a new lease on life for McTavish heading to the St. Louis Blues for the 15th and 29th pick here in the first round.
What do you guys think? And I'm really good at just throwing the whole thing off the rails.
That's
Kim,
why we're here. That's
Kim,
okay.
go ahead and grab it whenever you
this
can.
is fun. Way more fun this way.
You know what? Bill Armstrong has been, I think, so excellent. It's been textbook of how he has done his business, right?
Yeah.
You know, usually by trade, made a big one tonight, and he just continues on that course.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of teams get to the point where, you know, they get a little bit, they get a little bit jittery or whatever you want to call it, you know, and then they veer from the course.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't done that. And I think we're really starting to see the benefits of all of that. And it's exciting. I mean, you know, the first year was great. The second year, the team makes the playoffs. And now we're onward and upward. So it's really, really exciting. Good luck to JJ in Boston. And we'll see what they do with those picks.
Yeah, I think it has been wonderful to see that Bill Armstrong, Chris Armstrong, their staff, they have not been afraid to go out and make a move when they've needed to. You think about bringing in Mackenzie Weegar, and we talked about it a little bit earlier when he waived his no movement clause to want to come to Utah to be part of the potential and the promise. And all of a sudden now, you know, we'll see, is there going to be other moves? You know, does Bill and his staff, do they want to go and maybe make another move? Because all of a sudden now you've got 2 picks in the first round, 19 and 23. 19 was Utah's original pick in this draft. And then, of course, you get the pick that's going to be in next year's draft, top 10 protected. If Florida were to finish inside of the top 10, then that pick would then move to 2029. But, you know, that group in the war room has proven that if a deal makes sense, both in the present and for the future, that they're not afraid to make it, especially when you look at how full the cupboards are in this organization. And Matt, you could speak to this as well as anybody because you've been in this organization longer than most. You know, this is a team that they've got high-end prospects. They've got plenty of picks, and so we'll see if that group there in the war room decides to maybe make another couple of moves, or they use those 2 first-round draft picks to select a part of their future.
Guys, unlike my college career academically, I did homework.
Okay.
For the first time
I got all my
ever.
notes.
Did I hear a but
Yeah, we did. We got a little but
I heard that.
That's awesome. That's all. We got sound effects
The
this year.
comedic timing is on point.
So listen. So look at what Bill Armstrong has done.
Okay, wow, he really
in 22.
Did you know he was going to ask this question?
It's called preparation. Okay. I mean, you know, give the old man a little bit of credit.
You're not old. You're just experienced.
Thank you. I like that.
He
Thank
had
you.
the last
Thank
6 weeks to
Thank
prepare for
you have
this,
honors
so
on the
that's
first
why.
tee on Sunday, and we're going on Sunday, by the way, so you better be in town. 2022, Logan Cooley, Connor Geekie, Maverick Lamoureux. Connor Geekie becomes Mikhail Sergachev. Okay? How about that? In 23, Dmitry Simashev, Daniil Boot, and Michael Robel.
Yeah.
Okay? The goaltender that has a great future.
Yeah.
In 24, Tisha Ginlin, Cole Beaudoin, who we all saw earlier, and Gabe Smith. They are. I think if you look at the draft, a lot of times, if you get on average teams, if they get 1 player to make it, that's an average draft. If you get 2 players to make it, it's a great draft. And if you get 3 players, it's almost unheard of.
All those names.
Right, they all are legit, and they all are likely to play in the National Hockey League. So I just think his plan has been textbook, and now we're starting to really see the fruit be born.
Do you think that's just part of his demeanor as well? Because it seems like even when we see him, you know, behind the scenes, Bill Armstrong, I'm talking about, just in conversation
Duck Butter
with him,
agrees,
he
by
is
the way.
always absolutely Duck Butter.
Duck Butter.
So 159.
All right. Great name. It's
That's
a great
right.
name.
I like where the
159.
man
I don't know what the
was
159
headed.
is.
Doesn't
Maybe that's the
matter.
area code.
Hey, can we get
Doesn't
some toast over here with a little duck butter?
Oh, hey.
I don't know.
Let's go. Let's go.
About that one. I don't know what duck butter is. I think I want to keep it that way. But, you know, that's just
Sarah
who he is
Merrifield didn't
also.
like. Sarah's off camera. She didn't like that.
No, we don't like the duck butter. It's weird. I want to stop saying it.
Whoa,
Yeah, let's just
hold
move
on.
We're moving on.
Come on.
But, you know, he is just always so calm, cool, and collected, even when he's speaking with us behind the scenes. And there's something about his aura, something about his confidence in what he can do, his relationships with everybody in the organization that I think is really special and really unique.
He's a development guy, right?
Yeah.
And we know that. That's where, you know, he helped put together that Stanley Cup team in St. Louis several years ago.
He hasn't rushed
the
prospects.
Right.
Dylan Gunther. He needed some time down in Tucson. He got it.
Yep.
Look at him now. He's going to be a perennial 40-goal scorer. Dmitry Simashev, Daniil Boot, Maverick Lamoureux. You can't just force these guys into the National Hockey League if they're not ready. Of course, there's going to be some guys that come in and they're going to be studs right off the bat, no question. But you look at the history of who have been drafted and you look at the development plan that these guys are on. You have to give credit to Bill Armstrong and his staff for not rushing these guys along, to allow them to have time to develop. Because the worst thing you could do, I think, to a young player that has a lot of promise, sure, they can dominate in college and dominate at junior, but if you stick them in the National Hockey League and they're playing 8 minutes a night, well, how's that going to be good for their development?
Right.
You want them to be playing. You want them to be playing 20 minutes a night. For a defenseman, 25, playing in every single situation. So to me, what's been most impressive about the staff here at the Utah Mammoth is that they haven't rushed their players. At times, might be the sexy thing to do is, okay, we want our first-round pick to be playing. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe that's not going to be best for them. So you got to give them a ton of credit for making sure that they put these players in the best positions possible, because at the end of the day, Matty, these guys are young guys, 18, 19, 20 years old. Got a lot of learning and growing to go.
Yeah, and we're going to see a lot of these guys, if not all of them, at the development camp that begins in just a few days here at the Mammoth Ice Center in Sandy. I'll tell you what, it's an impressive group, no doubt about it, and it's only going to get deeper. Yeah. You know, that was the other thing. You know, when Bill made a lot of moves for picks early on in his tenure as a general manager, he was building a picks ladder, right? So his strategy was not only to accumulate a lot of picks for the very next draft, but to go 3 years deep and have a ton of picks. He's done a great job.
Yeah, if we could, can we get that the prospects board back up there, and just talking through what some of these guys have done this past season. I mean, TJ Ginlow, what a phenomenal season. 41 goals, 90 points in 48 games with the Kelowna Rockets. The last 31 games of the season, 29 points, and then was really impactful in the playoffs. Ended up leading the Western Hockey League and second in all three of the Canadian Junior Hockey League, all of the leagues, with almost 2 points per game. Almost 54% at the faceoff dot. To me, Tej, he's assertive. It's about giving, going. He's a battler, and when you see this guy shoot the puck, that's an NHL shot right away. We'll see what the future holds for him, but boy, oh boy, I think he is going to be an extremely impactful player. And then, you know, a guy like a Caleb Denoyer, for me, what a year for him. 22 goals, 78 points for 45 games as part of the Moncton Wildcats. Second most points per game in the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League. Was really impactful as well at the World Junior Championships with Team Canada, where he had 6 helpers in 7 games. And another guy that finished strong. Last 38 games of the regular season, 22 multi-point games, 13 three-point games, and he had 4 multi-goal games. And again, for the second year in a row, the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League first all-star player, 6'2", 180 pounds, real good size. And imagine in the future, the 1-2 punch with Logan Cooley. Denoyer, Cooley. We'll see if maybe another center gets brought in at some point. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see how things shake out. But for Caleb Denoyer, really another strong season for him. And then a guy that I'm super high on is Gabe Smith. Because I love players that not only have size, but have a story that – and he wasn't a first-round pick. He was drafted 103rd overall back in 2024.
Fourth round, right?
Yes.
Was it fourth? Yeah.
6'4", 230 pounds. Had a career year by far last year. 34 tallies, 77 points in 60 games played. He was the QMJHL playoff MVP. The guy had 19 goals in 20 games. Very good at the faceoff dot as well, nearly 60%, and just can't wait to see what the future holds for him, because he has a knack and a willingness to go to the front of the net, just like you saw in that goal there. Great hand-eye coordination, but a willingness to go to the front of the net. To me, it starts with that. Mm-hmm. Do you want to go there? And then when you're there, how can you find a way to execute? Terrific year for Gabe Smith, and I think the sky is the ceiling for this player moving forward. So, you know, this team, this roster, this organization in very good hands with with a couple of these players.
I want to take it to some of the questions in the chat.
Am I getting any love in the chat?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
you're
let's
not.
see.
But that's okay. I wasn't going to bring it up. You just brought it up for yourself, though. For Chicago DP, they're asking if the public can come watch development camp. A good chance to see some of these kids, right, out there on the ice.
Yeah.
Public should be able to come and watch. I think the full schedule will be released here shortly. Also, another question. Maybe we can get the video of the war room back up there because they are asking who all is in this drafting process. We know Bill Armstrong leads it there, and we've got a lot of staff. Someone asked if Andre Tourney also is in the decision-making process. He is not. So who's in this war room? What can you guys tell us about what you know and the roles that all of these guys play as you see these names on the screen?
Well, there's a lot of them, right? And as the game gets more and more sophisticated in terms of development, you have more and more people. Daryl Plandowski kind of runs the show. And he was very instrumental and had a big role in Tampa Bay's success, including some of the the Stanley Cup teams and that. And then you got all the scouts and you've got Assistant General Manager David Ludwig in there, Chris Armstrong, president of the Utah Mammoth, is in there as well. So they have meetings upon meetings. They talk about players. They kick it around. Scouts. There are pro scouts, there are amateur scouts, there are scouts that are assigned regions, right? You have the Ontario Scout, you have the Western Scout, you have the U.S. Scouts, you have an entire scouting department in Europe and around the world. So and they all, basically what happens is they go see players and then all their reports get sent down into a central database, for lack of a better term, but they are ready. There's Bill Armstrong's right in the middle. His cell phone is probably red hot to touch.
Hopefully
I would
he's got
imagine.
a few chargers.
Yeah, hopefully he's got the unlimited plan. But I guess we all have unlimited plans now,
Hey,
right?
you see the new phone so the battery doesn't die in like 2
Well, you know what?
hours,
I'm having problems with my battery starting to go.
That's
Gosh,
You
I
gotta
gotta
get it. You gotta get
now they
something
want you
other
to
than
go
the
get the new
iPhone
phone.
3, man.
Yeah, my
You got
track
the first
phone,
one that
it's
ever
going
came
out, I
Your
guess.
Track
I don't know.
man?
Those
A
are the
track
days.
man?
No,
Those are the
it's
days.
not track, man.
Days.
It's not that other.
But
Anyways.
so much credit to the scouting staff who put in countless hours.
And they all
During
their
the
cars, by the
season
way,
and-
all their cars have at least 250,000 miles on them.
Countless
I know,
miles
right? Lots of hotel points.
to go and try to do their best to find the right fit, the next generation of Utah Mammoth players, and for everybody to be on the same page. I think to me that's the biggest key. Is you can't have scouts that are in it for their own agenda because they want a certain guy, maybe if it doesn't fit. So to me, it's logging the hours, it's watching video, it's traveling, spending all that time in hotel rooms and in the car, like you're talking about, Maddie. These scouts do an incredible job. Their families pay a price because they're away and gone for so long. But it takes a village, and very much that's the case here for the Mammoth.
Nick, we travel a lot, but we have not traveled as much as the young lady down at the end of the table.
Disney on Ice.
Disney on Ice.
How many countries?
44 countries with Disney on Ice.
And her favorite
lot of
city is
hotels.
Bratislava,
My
Slovakia.
least favorite
She
city
loves that place.
is Bratislava, Slovakia. I apologize to all the Slovakians. And Maddie, I no longer have to apologize to you because
Yes.
there are comments of you.
Let's go.
About you, I should say, in the chat.
Let's go.
Is looking good.
And he is. And Maddie is looking good, you guys.
That's awesome.
Maddie's looking good. We all said that when you walked in the room. So you know
Look at
what?
the-
We've noticed.
This is like.
You're looking good.
It's funny when you give up beer.
That is something.
It's funny. It's funny
That
what
is-
happens once you stop. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've taken that
yeah.
on for you this off season. So yes, but it is.
No, but so anyways, we're what 3 picks away from.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Chicago DP. I think he had asked a question. It was a great question. Why is Andre
is he
Tourney
not?
not
Right.
involved? At the end of the day, the coach's perspective, the coach's focus is on the team. You're entrenched in the day-to-day, whereas Bill Armstrong, Chris Armstrong, general manager, president of hockey operation, and their staff, they're in control of. Yes, of course, they're going to be involved in the day-to-day, but it's more big picture. It's more the future of the organization in tomorrow, weeks, months, years down the line, whereas Andre Tourney, you can't. If you're caught focusing on what's going to happen tomorrow during the season, let alone that day that you're on.
And
you're
it's
gonna
all
get
happening
steamrolled.
during the season,
Exactly.
right? All of the work the
Yes.
scouts do. And all of the research going on out there and all of the scouting. So, yeah, he's just you got to split up the responsibilities, and you want people to be on it 24/7 when they're looking at these future prospects. They want to be able to know what's going on with them during the season as well, so that, like you said, Coach can just focus on the guys in the lineup and the Utah Mammoth jerseys. But
a couple of months
future.
too, right?
I know.
You know what's weird is the season was like an extra month, right? And we're starting a little bit earlier this year, so
and two
couple
more
less preseason games.
Yeah.
2 more regular season games, so the schedule is going to shift to 84 in the regular season, 4 preseason games, so it'll be a little bit different, but I think it'll be great too, especially considering how condensed last season's schedule was for these players to try to get a little bit more
and the
rest.
Winter Classic.
Yeah.
Oh my
it's
gosh,
going to be great.
You know,
New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
You're going to be all bundled
Rumor
up. I
has
bet.
it maybe it's 4 p.m.
Probably.
Okay. That's what the rumor
Is 4,
is.
yeah, okay.
We'll see.
All right.
Yeah, it's probably going to be cold.
Maybe a little
I don't know,
light
maybe.
snow. What do you think?
I
Light
think that would
snow
be
at about
awesome.
27 degrees?
Yes, that sounds perfect.
I like
Actually, that sounds perfect.
Dialing up
I bet you're going to be all over it for NHL radio.
We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Enough time for you to go hit the streets
2 eyes
after
and
the
invoice.
game too, Maddie.
What's that?
You can go to the game, then you can hit the streets.
We
and
know you love doing
party
that.
like a rock star on New Year's
We
Eve.
know you love doing that. Find Maddie
Can't you
McConnell
wait?
at your
Yeah.
local watering hole.
What do you like to watch? Yeah.
What is going
No, he
on
just said
there?
he gave up beer. That's why he looks so
What
good
is
right
going
now.
on there?
What? I'm just, Maddie, we gave you some love down here.
That's
now
right.
we got to
Maddie
flip
is
this script
looking
a little
good
bit.
is what
it's
they
okay.
said.
Where's the love? I need more
Maddie
love
is
here,
looking
okay?
good. Let's see.
All right. Well,
Jeez.
I miss my Mammoth family.
Yeah, we miss you too,
guys
Mroot.
too. Seriously. What else we got? Oh, so maybe some guesses here who the Mammoth will pick at number 19 coming up. LA is currently on the clock, number 17. Then you've got Washington at 18, and then Utah at 19, as it stands right now. Right? We haven't really seen any trades with when it comes to picks. So,
we are getting close to the pick,
We are getting close.
Bill Armstrong has a philosophy, and I think we've touched a little bit upon it, I should say. Let's hear what Bill had to say earlier.
Yeah, I think that, when you're looking at the draft, when early on in the draft, we just take the best player. Teams make big mistakes when they start to go, oh, we drafted a centerman last year. We're like, if the guy's that good, you'll find room to trade him. If he's a superstar, you'll find a way to put him on your team. And I think when you get down the wire, then you kind of like, okay, we've drafted 3 defensemen. We need to draft a center. We need a goaltender. You spread it out a little bit more. But early on in the draft with the high end talent, you just draft the best player. Yeah, that's the thing is I think you can find players at any area in the draft. It's just you got to get a good staff that goes to work every single day and understands, hey, listen, these are the positive, these are the negatives. Build the best list possible, and you take a swing. It's not a perfect world out there. Some of the guys that I've been a part of where you miss on them. You look back, you learn a little bit, you get back in the draft, you swing again, and you keep getting better. I think that's where staffs make a lot of hay. If you can show improvement and just continue to learn and grow as a staff, the longer you stay together as a staff, the better off you are. And I think also with the technology that we have, maybe only the Mammoth have, I think it gives us an advantage to know the prospects a little bit better than the rest of the NHL.
all right. Well, some great words from the Bill Armstrong right there. Talking about the draft. And that's exactly it, right? When you're at this point in the draft and you're number 19 going into it, you want the best player available because you know that there's going to be a couple of years until you've seen this guy out on the lineup with your team.
Yeah, and you never know how your roster is going to shake out too. I mean, you could have just taken a center, or you could have a lot of center depth, but all of a sudden maybe somebody doesn't pan out as you think that they should or they will. Player decides to leave. A lot of different things that can happen. So I think that's the right way to do it, Maddie. If there's a player that stands out, that's screaming, take me, because of how good of a player it is, no matter the kind of depth that you have. Ideally, you'd love to plug holes. You'd love to have depth at every area, but at the end of the day, if it's the best player, that's the one you got to go with.
But you know why the best player is the best strategy? because these guys aren't going to be here overnight. It's going to be 3 years. So you're going to make so many more picks over those 3 years. The average is going to be about 3 years, right? So just go get the best player, right? And the Kings have made their selection, which means we are just a couple away.
Actually,
a trade
we
alert.
have some news here. The Utah Mammoth are trading into this spot. So LA will go down to 19. Utah is now on the clock at 17 here. So here's your first pick.
All right.
For the Mammoth. That's why we saw Bill Armstrong get up and walk out of the room.
Wow.
On the phone. So let's see. Here it is, everybody. Number 17. Traded with the LA Kings.
Yeah, that's big. Move, and it just goes to show.
That means that they like the best player on the.
If you move up, you can move up 2 spots.
That might work.
To find a way to get the guy that you want, the guy that you're looking for. And so there's a look at
the
war room there for the Utah Mammoth with General Manager Bill Armstrong, President of Hockey Operations Chris Armstrong, and everybody there sitting camped out right in the middle, as well as the head of amateur scouting, Daryl Plandowski.
Just a few rooms away from us right here. Some big moves going on.
Yeah, and so now becomes a question of who.
So there you go. LA will receive number 19 and 83 overall.
Okay.
For the Mammoth to now acquire the 17th pick right here.
Yeah, 83 would be a third rounder, correct? I believe. Yeah, and so Utah had the Mammoth had 2 picks in the third round. So okay, so that makes sense.
Yeah. So if we're looking at Megan's best available over on ESPN, Ethan Belche.
Yeah, and
That's what she has ranked first. So we'll see if that's who.
Yeah, well, let's see
the
here.
The Mammoth decided to go with, or maybe a different position there.
Yeah, and Adam Novotny's still on
the board.
On the board as well. He'd be another really strong pick, but at the end of the day, right now, I mean, you get the Mammoth move up 2 spots. May not seem like a lot, but it could be very well
obviously worth it to them.
It's the big difference. It's the big difference between getting the guy that you want and doing whatever you possibly can. So, still got about another minute and a half where the Mammoth are on the clock as they're trying to filter through and make sure that everything's in line. But
they've made their decision,
right? Those guys know. Yeah. Those guys know who they're.
They're just keeping us all on our toes.
There's no doubt.
By the way, look at that backdrop.
It's beautiful, right?
Huh?
Yeah, it's looking good.
Looks like Nick's dining room at his place here in Salt Lake City.
Got the crock pot plugged in.
By the dining room, he means the island in the kitchen.
A little microwave setup.
Oh, I thought you sat in front of the coffee table with the Chicago Cubs game on or something.
The Cubs game is
you're sitting there and you're eating your meal right off the Tavala oven. I don't know.
I don't know what that is, but
we learned all about the Tavala earlier.
By the way,
the
Tavala oven is the greatest thing. I gave it a run last night.
Sounds pretty cool. If you guys don't know what the Tavala is, you should actually Google that. And what was the other one? Sous vide. Yeah, some pretty impressive cooking mechanisms.
Yeah, just throwing that out. Sorry.
Some tilapia and the Tavala.
21st century, whatever this is. All right, you guys
Getting
feel like we're, I know,
okay.
29 seconds.
And.
Okay. Here he comes.
We're still.
Mr. Commissioner. The selection is
here
in.
We go.
Number 17. Utah has traded with the LA Kings to slide into this 17th pick. And it looks like the Utah Mammoth will be selecting. This is when we need the drum roll, please. Drum roll. Where's my drum roll sound noise? Or what's it called?
Yeah, come on.
Sound effect. Oh, come on, guys. They didn't have this one
Will,
teed
let's
up.
go.
You got to be kidding me. All right, you guys, what are you thinking? 17.
Let's see what's the chat saying.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh, man. All right, we're all over here watching ESPN. Trying to.
I see Patrice Bergeron with the
old cup
with the Stanley Cup on here.
So here we go. The pick is in. We're just kind of waiting around, and this is kind of we're just having a conversation here, waiting for the pick. So we're kind of at the mercy a little bit here, and that's fine.
That's all right.
The bottom line is they're anybody in the first round, you're going to get a good player, and it's no different with the Utah Mammoth here. I mentioned that development camp that starts, I believe, on Monday. Boy, by the way, we had youth hockey out here. I guess it's a camp. Where was that when I was growing up?
Oh, I know, right? But you could join now. They've got some adult leagues going on,
Yeah,
Maddie.
sure.
I might
Never
get
too
in,
late.
Skates.
I might get
I've seen
into
'em.
Fulta's.
It's never
You
too
should.
late to
Yeah.
learn
Yeah, I
how
heard
to
you had
play
a
hockey.
10:45 p.m. puck drop though.
Yeah,
the
that's
other night?
crazy.
No, thank you. Yeah,
That's way past
absolutely
my
not.
bedtime.
Way past my
Yeah.
bedtime. Way past. All right. Okay, here it comes.
Yeah.
Utah
Here we
Mammoth.
go.
Oh,
Pick
that's
is in.
great.
Making the pick. So this will be the only pick, right? In the first round here for the Utah Mammoth. Number 17. Everyone's excited. I know everyone's they said they're just adding to the suspense in the chat here. We're all on the edge of our seat. Oh, the head coach of the Blackstone Valley hockey team right there.
Very.
Yeah, out in Rhode Island.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just an awful situation that happened there, and so it's
Incredibly
really,
sad.
yeah, really amazing that we have and the Mammoth have the honor of these gentlemen up on stage as well as their head coach announcing the pick. Of course, all of our thoughts and prayers with everybody affected by
the hockey
that,
community,
that
guys,
horrible
right?
Tragedy.
The hockey community, it's a small, tight knit group, and everybody helps everyone else.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, a lot of heartfelt words. And it just goes to show, as you had said, Maddie and Kim, as you know, and tragedy strikes, the hockey world always finds a way to come together. And so certainly praying for everybody still affected.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm always it's always great just to see the hockey community come together through tough times and again, and we've been around it for a while now, guys.
Yeah.
It never it's always an automatic that the community comes together and we pause, right? Split screen. You've got us and
there you go.
There's the pick.
Yeah, there we go. Ethan Belche, and he is headed to
Your
Michigan
alma mater.
State University, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
Yeah, and
Here it is.
great
A
pick.
Mammoth
Welcome,
applause.
Ethan. Welcome.
There you go.
Okay, so let's
6'5".
let's tell you a little bit about him.
Woo!
He's a big boy.
Big boy.
6'5", 230 pounds. Had a heck of a year for the Windsor Spitfires in the Ontario Hockey League last year. 34 goals in 57 games. And as Maddie said before we could even say the name, headed to Michigan State in the fall and doing a little bit of research, talking to some people about Ethan. Very much
does that look good?
A power playmaker with an elite net front ability and a guy that pretty much possesses all the tools to be able to take over a game, lugging pucks from the exterior to the interior of the ice, from the wall right to the front of the net. And from the homework that I had done, Kim,
Yeah, well
and Maddie,
done, Nick. Jeez.
there seems to be kind of a unanimous thought that he's the best power forward in the draft.
Which would make sense as to why they traded up there.
And at 6'5", there's been a lot of talk in the past about Bill Armstrong wanting size on the back end. Now all of a sudden, you think about some of the Utah Mammoth prospect forwards. You got T.J. Ginla, fast, skilled, not the biggest guy in the world. Caleb Denoyer, he's got some good size at 6'2", but 6'5", can skate pretty well. He's going to be able to be a physical presence out there. That's great. And so when you look at comparison, when you look at who he might be like in terms of a player as a left-handed left wing, Think about maybe a James Van Riemsdyk or even more playmaking ability like a Blake Wheeler, even though Blake Wheeler was a right-handed shot, a guy that's got big size and is more than capable of creating on the offensive side of the puck. So I think a great pick. I think a great pick because you get size, you get skill, and you get a kid that's going to be able to make a difference on a game on pretty much every facet of the game of hockey.
All right, so let me give you the background on what his college experience is going to be like.
Oh, I can't wait. Do tell.
So a couple of years ago, I went up for the Washington football game, and I went over to Munn Arena, the home of the Spartans, and Adam Nightingale, their coach, gave my wife and I a tour with the sports information director, Jamie Baldwin, who does a great job up in East Lansing. Their facilities, guys, phenomenal. They have the second highest budget in NCAA hockey.
I didn't know
They've
that.
got probably 7 guys going in the first round. This is a home run pick.
Awesome.
Adam Nightingale is an unbelievable talent director. He helped run the United States Development Program in Plymouth, Michigan. He's going to be the coach for the World Junior Team for Team USA. He is going to a great spot. And their facilities, Nick, even you would blush at the facilities they had in terms of a weight room and the hot tubs and all that stuff.
And that helps. We know that from being here, right?
I'm telling
the resources
you, yes,
help.
facilities here. He's going to have facilities in East Lansing. I'm
That's
really
pretty
excited for Ethan. Welcome.
Welcome to the Utah Mammoth.
You're going to love it here.
Very exciting. It looks like
that.
a lot of the fans in the chat are also very excited about this pick. Loving the size, very happy. Best power forward, like you said, Nick, a great piece that maybe we've been missing.
How about Goblin Bomb says Ethan is a unit, my goodness. Yeah, retweet.
A retweet.
Power winger, love it.
Yeah, they're not messing around. I'm telling you, this is a great pick.
We've been missing, says Justin.
Yeah.
And again, when you think about the prospect pool for the Utah Mammoth and you go up and down who they have, some guys that we talked about earlier, Gabe Smith, 6'4", there's a little bit of size there, of course. T.J. Ginla, not the biggest guy in the world, but supremely skilled. And all of a sudden now you've got a 6'5" winger who could be a heck of a power forward for this team to come. All of a sudden now that's going to be a really nice mix in to the rest of the prospect group. Of course, Daniil
massive
Boot,
size,
another big guy, 6'6", great hands.
Sounds like he's also got some personality.
Let's
Take a look at the details in Ethan
Look
Belche's
at
jacket right here.
He's got a photo with him and I think his family.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. So some creativity went into that.
Great
We'll
style.
definitely have to get the backstory.
He went
incredible.
with the midnight navy blue suit with the chalk pinstripe.
He's got to add the block S now, right?
Look at this.
Get ready for all those fashion
That is
shots,
very nice.
as he walks in.
Good head of hair
like
on
it.
him. Nice smile.
That's
Pretty
awesome.
good.
I like the vest.
Welcome to
vest
Utah,
is good
Ethan.
too, right?
That is stellar. That's a 3-piece suit, Matty. You got one of those?
You know, Bear wears a lot of 3 pieces,
He
right?
does.
Yeah,
He does.
Andre Tournier.
He
Yeah,
does.
wow, jeez, what a pick.
That's a great
That's
pick.
pretty exciting. So now with the Washington Capitals on the clock at 18.
Yeah.
And they're coming back up then. Utah at 23, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 23. That's right. Yeah, and that's
after
the
the
pick.
trade.
That was the pick after the trade.
Yeah, so I was mistaken earlier when I said that was their only first-round pick. I forgot about the trade. So they're back on the clock at 23.
And that gives them options, right? Like, you look at that trade for sending J.J. Purka to Boston. It gives them a lot of options. Maybe things that, I don't know. I don't want to say they were out of reach, but you never know. There are a lot of names floating around out there, so we'll see. And then, we got development camp, and then free agency opens up July 1. A lot of things going on. So,
Ethan, the native of Oakville, Ontario.
Yeah, that's suburban Toronto, right?
Yeah. And
I think we'll get a chance to talk to him later on here in our show once things have wrapped up, maybe.
Can I stick
for
around
the
for that
first
one?
round? Yeah, absolutely. We're going to
Of course.
absolutely have you
He's
on that
going
one
to
to
your
talk
alma
about the
mater.
Spartans. Yeah, you can give him some suggestions,
Yeah.
right?
of places to go
East
or
Lansing.
maybe
What?
food to eat.
Watering
You've been
holes?
back?
No,
Yeah,
I'm
the
not.
watering
I'm not
holes.
doing that to the
No,
poor kid.
not
Are you
even
kidding?
old enough
How
yet.
old is he? Okay,
Well,
maybe
you
not.
know,
Maybe
that's
not.
kinda-
Maybe not. Never mind.
yeah,
Don't do that. Don't do that.
No.
Yeah.
He's 18. Turns
Okay, no,
19
then
March
absolutely
30th.
not. None of that.
sir.
Show them the best spot for some
Sandwich
wings.
shops.
For some
yeah.
wings.
Yeah.
Coffee
Oh,
places.
Ice cream.
Ice cream.
Oh, the MSU
exactly.
Dairy Store. Come on, it's right on campus. Best ice cream on the planet.
Exactly. Pretty good. Someone said, oh, it's going to give Sergey a run for his money. True, with that fashion. You know what? That's good, though. We've seen so much
Yeah, how about
fashion
that?
just ignite
How about
in
the
the
walk-in?
NHL.
How about the walk-ins?
The walk-in shots, I know, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Money.
Bill cooking
Money is
again.
right.
That's
That's right.
Paul.
Am I getting any more love?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
I think someone said, still sending you the love, my man. Literally, someone
Maddie,
said
just
that.
wanted to let you know that we're still sending you the love.
Yeah.
That was from
I feel
Jeff
the love,
Schneider.
Utah.
Jeff
Mammoth Nation, thank
Schneider. You just got yourself something
Some
from Maddie
brownie
McConnell.
points from Matt
you
A
got
McConnell.
sleeve of
something.
Kirkland golf
Oh,
balls,
okay.
right?
Yeah, those.
Oh, it's good.
You guys are awesome.
This is fun. It's fun having the chat up.
It is.
Love to be able to,
Chats are
yeah,
awesome.
get on. We're looking at the YouTube page right now. I'm sure there's some chat going on over on Mammoth Plus as well.
Uh-huh.
So if anyone's got a good comment that they see, but
Well, I didn't
I
think-
know we had an
question.
exciting night ahead of us. We didn't even realize this was going to happen, right?
I was starting to
Trade
wonder
up
if like I
17?
got sent down or something, like like waiting for a flight or something here. I just saying, like I had to have a powwow with our executive producer
Like,
over
what
there.
about
you know?
me?
Yeah, like I was standing
What do you want me
around.
to do?
I mean, you can only
I
talk
almost
to
went back
Sarah
for seconds.
Merrifield so long, right? I
Right?
mean, she was looking to get out and get away from me. I don't know. It's like, yeah.
Never.
Wow.
We hope you guys are having fun. There's been a lot actually just going on too with the Delta Center, with the practice facility here, and all of the
Yeah.
youth hockey that's been going on. Now open to the public for birthday parties, for different things that can happen,
I'd love
different
to spend
events
my
at
birthday
the.
here.
I mean, it's awesome. Yeah, we got some public skate going on a Friday night. Look
Uh-huh.
at this, 7:30 p.m. There's people. I mean, yeah. So this is awesome here at the practice facility, and then like I said, over at the Delta Center, a lot of work going on.
And maybe a
Sounds
bear
like
and
they've
a
hired
Tusky
some
sighting at
some interesting workers.
Look at this.
They fit the part.
Oh boy.
Pretty incredible, Tusky and the Jazz Bear over at the Delta Center. You guys,
Isn't that
on
great?
June 16th, Ryan Smith tweeted that the demo on the north end of the Delta Center was done.
Unbelievable.
Which is insane.
Yeah.
Crews logged more than 260,000 hours of work in the last 40 days. So there is just,
incredible.
I can't even wrap my head around that,
Yeah.
the amount of work that has gone on since that game 6 that was played inside of the Delta Center, which also we have renovated our house, my husband and I, over the last few months. And our contractor told me that he has a guy who is working on the construction over at the Delta Center, and he was given a free ticket
Wow.
to game 6 just in case
Yeah.
Utah was then out, and then they had to start that demolition right away. And that's exactly what happened. So all of these workers that went and just started taking seats down, because we saw that happen, Nick, when we were
Yes.
filming our post game after game 6 there against Vegas, all of those guys got to watch the game and
So
then
wait a
go
second.
and
Wait.
start working.
Wait a second. Wait. They're doing. You should be in line after the Delta Center game. Come on. I mean, by the way, Jazz Bear, great to see
It was
Jazz
wild.
Bear. Jazz had a great draft as well. I think
Yes.
later on in the show, I'm probably going to get together with the Purdue Boilermaker, Mike Foote, to kind of recap how they did.
Oh, good.
All in the family here, people.
Good. Yeah, Nikki's going to get in there too. Big basketball guy. You just really talk about your
Nikki
basketball
Hoops.
fandom.
All those great basketball players
All those
out
great
there. How about the draft for the Utah Jazz?
Yeah, that's what Matt just said.
No, but I'm saying is that all of a sudden I'm just
Are
saying
you
is that
listening?
now yes.
Hey, do you
But-
listen to me?
Yes, or sometimes half the time.
Okay.
Jeez.
Yeah, you're busy on your
yeah,
phone.
but you look at
Thanks,
you go
Kim.
from the
Thank
draft
you.
into next year. I mean, it's going to be special.
No,
I
it
wanted
is.
to
And
repeat it.
the Delta Center is going to be
It
one
is.
of the only arenas where you've got these views. The gondolas, have you
Yeah.
seen those on the side? the plan for this, there's a really great 5-minute video. This might be it, or maybe this is a different one, but it's about a 5-minute video that was posted a couple of months ago by Ryan Smith explaining what's going to happen this summer and then also next summer in the Delta Center, and the kinds of seats that you can expect to see in both the north and south end, and it's just going to be an awesome experience, better than we've already experienced.
Ryan stopped by earlier, by the way.
Yes, he did.
That was awesome to see.
He's on his way to get the DP.
He's a little busy.
Just a little bit. Yeah, the Jazz have also made some moves, like you guys were just talking about. Hey, did you hear about the Jazz draft, Nick?
I did.
Did you hear about it?
The what?
The Utah Jazz draft?
It's the basketball
team.
That's
the basketball team. You're right.
Team. And the future is extremely bright.
Wow.
Extremely bright. All of a sudden now,
hold on.
I think you're going to have 2 professional sports playoff teams here in the great state of Utah.
Okay. All right.
There's a bear in the woods.
Oh,
okay,
boy.
What did I just say?
Does a bear?
There's a woods in the bear.
You don't listen to me.
All right, we're taking a break.
Holy
We're sending it
smokes.
out to Sarah Merrifield. She is with Kristen Bonus here to inform us about some youth
Hi,
hockey
ladies.
and everything else. Yeah, Sarah, please take it away. It's time for us to take a break.
We'll save you from this
Thank you.
conversation. We're pivoting here, but I don't have any bears to show, Matt, but I do have some action happening on the ice. Look at this. This is the fun part about being here at the Mammoth Ice Center because there's always something happening. And obviously, the best person to talk about all the happenings at the Mammoth Ice Center that don't have to do with the hockey practice is Kristen Bonus, and we're so happy to have her here. And hope your summer's going fantastic. I'm really glad to see that your surgery has gone well, your ACL, whatever. You're off the cast. Everything's great. But yeah, give me a little rundown because this summer is probably your busiest time of the year in terms of things going on. So paint a little picture, baby.
Yeah, so we really don't have an off season, honestly, which is the best part. It keeps me at a target, which is great. And so, this summer we have 6 camps, which is fantastic. We have 4 here. We'll have 1 in Provo and 1 in Logan. And so we're just going to keep busy. We just have our leagues are still running, our Learn to Play is still running, our street hockey is still running. We're just keep going.
Yeah, and I mean, I know we caught up a little bit earlier, but the participation level from even the first year to the second year to now, in terms of the state embracing hockey, it's 29,000, upwards of 29,000 participants this year. Tell me about that and how much that has surprised you.
It's amazing. So our goal this year was 20,000 to have 20,000 engagements from learn to skate all the way up through our adult league. And we're just over 29,000. So it's nuts.
That's incredible.
And we're not even to July 1st yet, which is the best part. And so we still have some more things going on. But our goal is to reach 100,000 by year 5. And I think we will definitely get there.
It was really cool earlier today when we were catching up. Former NHLer Trevor Lewis, former LA King, he was down there coaching the kids, which was really fun. And he's been pretty involved too.
He's been fantastic. He's so fun to work with. Yeah, so he was on ice all 5 days at camp. He'll be continuing to come to all of our programs. He's just unreal, and he wants to be here, which is the biggest thing. And the kids are just ecstatic. The things that they were having him sign, I felt really bad, but he was all for it.
I mean, Salt Lake City native, when you don't have what these kids now have in this particular program, you come back, obviously, which is really cool. But, it's fun to see everyone enjoying the facility as much as they are. And, I think one thing too, Kristen, that we talked about was just the fact that there is, open practices for these fans to come see at some points during next season. I know there were a few last season too, but the engagement of young hockey fans and being able to be here with the team next door. How cool is that to see?
Yeah, it's unreal. And I think we'll really see a lot of it next week with their development camp. Yeah. We'll have a Learn to Play clinic. We'll have a Learn to Skate clinic. We'll have a coaching clinic that Coach Bear is going to run for us, which is unreal. We'll open up the practices, the games, and just get more people in the building, which is what we want to do.
Now, you told me about a new concept as of this year, the PE program. Can you paint a little picture about what this is? Because it sounds incredible for this young, growing fan base, but also for the education purpose of it all.
Absolutely, yeah. Our coordinator, Kelly, has been fantastic. She's been killing it. We've been in 42 schools since January, which is amazing. So teaching kids in PE class. And then after then, the kids could also vote for a PE takeover where Tusky would come, and we had an assembly. So we had 3 schools there, which was so fun, and he was unreal. And so, so now we're in schools too, so the kids can just have every opportunity to get a stick in their hands.
Who doesn't love a good Tusky takeover? I mean,
absolutely.
I want that in my school. All right, we got a couple other things coming up too, because I know the summer is jam-packed. Yeah. Mammoth Week. Tell us all about that, because I remember last year that was a highlight for so many people.
It's so fun. Mammoth Week is going to be a great time. We're going to be back in Vernal, which is awesome. Fun. Another time we'll be down in Enoch. We'll be up in Logan, all throughout the state of Utah, just spreading the Mammoth brand. We'll be running some clinics. We'll be doing a lot more try hockey for freeze, which will be great too. Get more kids out on the ice. some street hockey. You know, we'll get the cornhole back out. We'll get all those other games. I know
face
you guys.
painting. I know AD had some face paint on his face after the first stop we made, which was so fun. But as far as Mammoth Week goes, I know August 29th through the 5th of September, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And where can fans go to potentially learn more information or sign up or anything registration-wise?
Yep. So everything will be on our website, mammothyouth.com. We're going to end here September 5th. So we're just going to have a giant party here throughout the whole day on Saturday. So that'll be really fun to get a part of. And yeah, it's just going to be just another big party. Can't wait.
I love it. And then, you know, additionally too, we talked about learn to skate and learn to play. We talked about Mammoth Week and any other camps or clinics that fans can look out for coming up in the summer.
Yep. So we just had our rookie camp. Next we'll have a goalie camp. We have girls, we have elite level, and then we'll have just some random ones going on too. And then we'll also pro ambitions coming down from the East Coast. So yeah, we're just going to keep busy.
She never stops, guys. I mean, we love seeing her bright smiling face, but I don't think she stops. So we're going to let you take a break on talking to me. But guys, I mean, there's so much activity happening here, and it's so fun to see that in full fruition. And it starts with youth development and this wonderful lady standing next to me. So guys, I'll send it back to you.
Situation over in Buffalo, where the Utah Mammoth will be on the clock in just a few minutes. Right now, Buffalo is on the clock, and it looks like their pick is in at the 20 spot in our first round. Mike Foote, along with Dominic Moore and Adrian Denny, here with you on your Hockey Night in Utah draft show special. If you're just joining us, the Utah Mammoth traded up to get the 17th overall pick, where they selected Ethan Belche, a big forward out of the OHL, playing with the Windsor Spitfires. Looked like he's got a ton of power. Dom, we'll start with you on your thoughts on the pick. 6'5", 230, then we'll get to AD and the fan reaction.
Well, I think the fact that the way the pick went down shows you how much they wanted this guy. You know, to trade up from just a handful of picks behind that shows you that they were worried that he was going to be gone by the time it got to them. And quite frankly, this is a guy that could have been gone earlier than that. I mean, he's 6'5", he's got a great shot, and he's got a nasty streak to him when you listen to the way people that have followed and watched him all year long. And those are a combination of attributes that just doesn't grow on trees, right? And you look at the way the playoffs are, you're a heavier game. Vegas had a bunch of guys that were heavy and a little bit nasty, and you know, this is a guy that could play that kind of a role. And you talk to scouts that this guy's a shoo-in to be an NHLer. That's kind of what they're thinking, as much as that can be the case for a draft pick.
Yeah, and guys, it's been a busy night already. Utah making that trade, going from 19 to 17 with LA and throwing in a third rounder. We led off the night with a big trade with Boston and trading J.J. Purka, and that's going to give Utah a pick coming up in just a few minutes. Is Daniel weighing in our YouTube chat saying we still get the 23rd pick, right? And yes, that is confirmed. Utah is right around the corner with another pick here after trading J.J. Purka to Boston for their pick and another first rounder coming up. So it looks like two picks on this Friday
in the first round is never a bad thing.
It looks like Boston has taken Ilya Morozov at 20. He was a big centerman that I had my eye on for Utah at 19, potentially, out of Miami University, playing with the Redhawks. Love and honor, as they say in Ox Vegas. But, Dom, now with two picks, one just at 17, where you take Ethan Belche, and another one coming up at 23, does the strategy alter? You see both of these picks within their own context, you treat them the same.
The philosophy never changes. I think they build their list, and their list is ordered primarily by value. It's not ordered by, hey, we need a defenseman, we need a centerman. It's ordered by, do we think this guy can play it?
Board.
Yeah, the big board. You know, these teams spend all year long creating a board or a list, as they call it, and they basically follow that come draft day, and it's ordered by, can this guy play at the next level? And then if he can, what's his ceiling, right? What is the impact that he might be able to make? And it's guesswork. It's part art, part science. But I think you just follow that formula to take the next player. I don't think it changes based on the fact that you had a pick just a few minutes earlier.
Yeah, so a couple guys going to be drafted by the end of the night, already getting the first one, and Ethan Belche. It's in a question coming in from Dell.
Yeah.
Dom, he's asking, in this draft, are any of these players going to make the jump to the NHL soonish, as you got Utah with a 19th overall pick and now a 23rd overall pick?
So, great question. I think sometimes it depends on the player, and sometimes it depends on the team. So, for example, a contending caliber team, you could see that it's a lot more difficult to have a young player step in and play meaningful, role in that team, because the team needs to win now. They want to win now. It's a tougher lineup to crack. And so a lot of times the contending teams, the prospects are kind of for later. A rebuilding team, on the other hand, they are willing to tolerate the learning curve in the professional ranks. They're learning to let a guy get his feet wet, even though the team is, trying to win games. They're willing to let them learn on the fly, so to speak. So I think it depends on the team as well as the player. There are a couple guys that I think, scouts have been saying are more ready than others. I think one of those is Schmitz, the one that, the Latvian player that played in the German league. I think they felt like he's competed against men internationally. He's big, he's mean, he's kind of more filled out, maybe ready for that action. But I think for the most part, of course, Gavin McKenna obviously is probably going to, be on the roster in Toronto next year. They're a rebuilding team at this point again. So it'll be a mix, but for the most part, no.
Dom, here's another one coming in. And folks, you can check in on our YouTube chat. You can hit us up on Twitter, taking your questions for Dom and anything else on your mind.
Yeah.
Here is Eric from Idaho checking in as the dark night rises. He says, Dom,
Eric, welcome.
What is it like playing with a line mate that's 6'5", like Brian Boyle with Utah, just drafting a kid 6'5" and Ethan Belche?
A great comparable to Belche. Brian Boyle, one of my favorite teammates, line mate. We played together. I think a lot of times for the bigger guys, it comes down to, can they make up for, like, their size is an asset, but sometimes it can be a liability as well. Foot speed can be a liability for bigger guys. And then, of course, putting the skills together. You've got reach, but will you be able to have the hands and the dexterity to make those little plays in tight areas? So it's not as easy as it seems to be a big man, even though for the most part it's looked at positively. Brian Boyle was a guy that thought the game really well. He had good hockey sense, read the play well, really good on face-offs. We worked well together because we were both natural centermen. He played the wing, I played the middle, but I knew I could count on him if I went in on the forecheck, that he would back me up and vice versa. But I think that's a great comparable, Belche to Boyle.
Do you think there can be a target on the back of big guys when they're just starting out? People maybe expect them to be tough, and obviously they're bigger. There's an advantage in some of these battles on the boards, or even battles of the fists. But do you think guys, when they're just starting out and they have that big frame and maybe that draft pedigree too, can be a target on their backs early on?
It certainly can be. The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
That's right. That's why I'm vertically challenged.
And especially if you're a young player, you're coming into a training camp, you're 6'5", you're supposed to be physical. You're not going to go and lay out Clayton Keller in your first training camp.
I hope not.
That's not going to be the way you do
Won't
it.
be here very long.
You're gonna have to show what your size brings in the exhibition games you get in. But listen, it's the other side of the coin though too is that you look at the NHL draft, and there's a premium on size. There's no secret about that. Last year, guys, there wasn't a single defenseman under 6 feet tall taken in the draft.
Insane.
7 rounds, of 32
That's
players.
height discrimination.
It is. It is. I mean, it leads you to believe that there's got to be some good defensemen out there
Right.
that are 5'11" 3/4, and like there's a premium on that because when it's such guesswork, right? Projecting players, and you have two players, one's 5'10" and the other one's 6'2". Well, it's very easy for the scouts to say, well, we don't know for sure. We'll take the 6'2" guy, right? Yep. That said, I think, Nasher spoke about it earlier, like the draft is a stepping stone. The message to guys that don't get drafted is there is still a path for you. You can continue to prove yourself if you're 5'11" 3/4 or 5'6" 3/4. You can still make your way to the NHL, take the scenic route.
NHL scout compared him to James Van Riemsdyk last year. So
yeah,
big power forward.
I find
about Belche.
I find those comparables helpful in some cases, but you could talk to 5 different scouts and they would have 5 completely different players. Right. I've heard Eric Lindros for Belche. I've heard Van Riemsdyk, like you said. Those two couldn't be more different players. They're both 6'5".
Yeah,
they both have good hands, but Van Riemsdyk and Lindros, Van Riemsdyk really good around the net front player, great at tipping pucks, good hands, finishing plays and rebounds around the net. Not a great skater. Lindros, physical, mean, nasty centerman. So which one is he?
Looks like we have a trade here with the San Jose Sharks on the move again. They are trading up to take Philadelphia's spot at 21. So the Sharks will move their 27th pick. Remember, they got that from Buffalo in exchange for the 20th pick and Michael Kesselring, or they picked up Kesselring in that trade. Mm-hmm. But they go from 20 to 27, now back up to 21. The Sharks threw in a couple of extra picks as well. If my math is correct, that's a late second and then another depth, maybe a 5th round pick. I always struggle with when they give me just the overall number. I don't have the abacus in my brain going. But 3 picks to move up a couple spots. Then the Mammoth will be there at 23. So we were told we were going to get Bill Armstrong at some point here tonight, but
it's a busy guy.
With all the movement, we're not holding our breath right now.
What else we got going on over here, AD? What do you got?
Yeah, Craig checks in. He says GMBA was definitely surprised that Belche wasn't taken yet to trade up for him. Yeah. Nice to have that size and grit. Definitely missing that in the current roster. And guys, we got the exclusive here on the Utah Mammoth YouTube page and Mammoth Plus. We were watching the war room when Bill walked in on the phone, got off the phone. A few minutes later, that trade was announced. They had their guy. Bill has his scouts in the room chomping at the bit.
I'm very curious how that works, logistically. And I'd love to ask Bill at some point, how does it work when that you're picking, 3 or 4 picks from the current pick? How do you know what team is going to take who? Like Belche could have been taken 3 picks earlier, right? Mm-hmm. And did they check in with every team to see if they were going to take him? That's one of those love to ask, be a fly on the wall for that.
There's the talent evaluation aspect of it, the scouting, and then there's the draft manipulation.
Intel.
I would almost want a department that's specifically dedicated to handling the draft and almost like the CIA, right? Intelligence, counterintelligence, who's doing what. Corey Benica and Mark Bell are the 2 amateur scouts for the Mammoth that oversee the Ontario Hockey League. So wanted to give shout-outs to those guys who would have been seeing.
I played with Mark Bell back in the day.
There you go.
Yeah. San Jose?
Toronto. Yeah.
You're both in San Jose, both?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, my earlier stint in Toronto, I was there twice. He was there during the early stint.
He's a really, really nice guy, and he's a great scout and development coach too. Yep. Craig with part 2 on a tweet, guys, as we talk about adding the size. He says Bill has talked a lot about looking for a Tom Wilson type player. That's exactly how
is everybody.
The ESPN panel was describing Ethan Belche.
Well, as Mikey just aptly pointed out, everyone's looking for that Tom Wilson. As much as they hate Tom Wilson, they want a Tom Wilson on their team. I I think it takes a certain mentality to be a Tom Wilson, to be public enemy number one. That, again, we talked about how different, scouts and people watching these players play can have different comparables. So now we've heard Eric Lindros, I've heard Eric Daze, I've heard James Van Riemsdyk, and now we've got Tom Wilson. Completely different takes on this guy. So we'll find out when we see him here at development camp or main camp in the future. I can't wait.
Speaking of small defenseman,
there
earlier,
you go.
Ryan Lynn just taken Elite Prospects has him at 5'11". So
there you go.
He's already broken the mold. He's San Jose's third first-round pick tonight.
Something that didn't happen the entire draft last year. A defenseman under 6 feet tall taken in the draft, not just in any round. In any round, a first rounder here. So Ryan Lynn, you have to know that this guy is a player. This guy is a player. If he's under 6 feet and he's been taken in the first round as a defenseman, I would hedge my bets that this guy is a difference maker. So good on that. Good on that. That should be, see how that plays out.
We have a special guest now joining us here on our Hockey Night in Utah Draft Show Special. He was taken by the Utah Mammoth in the first round tonight. His NHL journey begins. Let's welcome to the show Ethan Belche. Ethan, congratulations, my man. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you. It's pretty crazy, and a lot of emotions are going on right now, but just kind of excited to get to Utah.
Ethan, Dominic Moore here. I've got plenty of family in the Oakville, Ontario area. What's everybody in your neck of the woods? What's the excitement level there in Oakville tonight?
Yeah, a lot of my best buddies from school and when I played in Oakville Rangers are actually here in Buffalo tonight. So I heard them when I heard my name get drafted, and I'm super excited to give all those guys hugs and take some photos after and see all those guys.
Ethan, what have you heard about the Utah Mammoth? Because we look at your size, we look at your characteristics. It sounds like a lot of young prospects that are here. Bill Armstrong has the type of guys that he's going after.
Yeah, for sure. Watching Utah's games, they play a fast, physical-paced game where they're first on the forecheck, on the first on the back check, and can put the puck in the net. And I think that emulates my game a lot. So I'm just going to bring my best foot forward and do my best to bring some championships to Utah here.
Ethan, we've heard a lot of different opinions on comparables to you. We've heard Eric Lindros, we've heard James Van Riemsdyk, the nastiness of Tom Wilson almost. Who do you compare yourself to?
Yeah, it's kind of a mix of all those guys. Yuri Slavkovsky, the Tkachuk brothers, Alexis Protas, Tom Wilson, all those guys who are first in the forecheck, they're in your grill, and they're getting in their head and knowing you all game. But then as soon as they get the puck on their stick, they're dangerous, where they can put the puck in the net or set up a teammate or block a shot or something like that. Where I can play both sides of the puck and do whatever it takes to win a hockey game.
Ethan, a lot of our fans are going to your Hockey DB or your Elite Prospect page right now. They can read your stats, they can see the height, the weight, all that stuff, but can you describe your game to Mammoth Nation and tell us what kind of player the Mammoth picked at 17?
Yeah, for sure. I'm a big, strong power forward who uses my size to my advantage to, create offense in the offensive zone, whether it be, in front of the net or along the walls or, inside. You find that soft ice to put the puck in the net or set up a teammate. And, for me, it starts with the power game where I'm, first on the forecheck, getting other guys' places, being physical, and I can play a 200-foot game as well. So I think I bring a lot of attributes to the game here, and can't wait to do that Utah sweater very soon.
Ethan, I know the interview process, before the draft is very big for the teams. They sometimes ask a lot of questions that are outside the box to try to get a feel for the players' personalities. I'm sure you had a number of those interviews. One of the questions that I heard is popular among the players is, if you were an animal, what kind of animal would you be? So what kind of animal is Ethan Belche?
He'd be a Tom Wilson.
I think I'm two different animals. One on the ice, one off the ice. For me, off the ice, kind of like a panda. Fun to be around, fun to look at, pretty face, and nice and pretty. So, and then on the ice, I consider myself a ram. That's what I say.
A ram.
Okay.
They're not afraid to go head first into anything, and they're fast strike and they're smart animals. So that's what I see myself as.
I love it.
Ethan, you played in Windsor with Liam Greentree, a first-round pick of Los Angeles, who's now with the Rangers organization. Did you feel that having a first-rounder on your team and playing with him as you did kind of helped you elevate your game to be to the point to be drafted in the first round as well?
For sure. I played with two elite line mates, Jack Nesbitt and Liam Greentree, for most of the year there. And, just talking with those guys and getting chemistry down was a lot of fun. And, I think we had a really good line there. And, talking to those guys about their experience with the draft and how they, just little pointers they gave me was pretty special. So, I appreciate those guys for their time to help me out.
Ethan, when I was younger, I fractured my collarbone. I know you went through a collarbone injury this year. How was that recovery process, and how are you feeling now?
Yeah, I feel 110%. I've been in the weight room for the past little bit, and then, on the ice, and, feeling really good. And I don't even notice my collarbone anymore. I'm fully cleared from the doctor. So, I'm really just excited to, finally get back on the ice.
They say, actually, by the way, when I fractured mine, they say it actually grows back stronger. Like the bone calcifies over, and it actually is stronger than it was before.
Should have broke it earlier. Ethan, you're really great to talk to. Extremely well-spoken young man, and sound like exactly the type of guy that they recruit on the banks of the Red Cedar up in East Lansing. And you'll have a chance to compete for a national championship coming up with Coach Nightingale and the Spartans. How excited are you to go play college hockey?
Yeah, so excited. It's a step up. It's going to be a challenge, but I like to attack those challenges, head on, and I'm ready to go. So, I'm excited to get down. We have such a skilled and smart team there, and, we're competing for a national championship, and that's the goal. So, I really can't wait to get down there and, get going there.
You'll have to be very patient with our play-by-play guy here in Utah. His name's Matt McConnell, and he's a Michigan State alum, and you never hear the end of it. Whenever there's something about the Spartans, oh my gosh!
Let's go.
This is over.
Hey, Ethan, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing well. Go green.
Go white. You
there
know
it is.
And,
there it is.
Hey, welcome to the family. I just wanted to say hello. I'm sure I'll see you next week. But
it's his donation dollars at work that recruited you through the door. Yeah.
So we got a Purdue Boilermaker at
$10
the end.
of
And this is one of my partners on TV. He's a Harvard guy, so he speaks very slowly to me, okay? So welcome to the family. I'm going to give it back to AD here. But congratulations. I had to step in.
Thank you.
I had to take it over.
Ethan, before we let you go here, can you say your last name for us, just so that we don't accidentally say a swear word when we're saying he shoots, he scores here?
Belches.
Okay, we're going to be calling that a lot in Mountain Blue.
Yeah,
Ethan, we can't wait to meet you in person here in Utah.
Yeah, I can't wait to get down there, guys.
All right, congratulations, Ethan. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ethan Belche. Wow.
What a personality.
What a stallion.
You can see why they traded up to get this guy. I mean, the personality bursting through
he's a guy who
screen.
I would imagine would have increased his draft stock during the interview process during the combine. Because you talk to him,
the guy, he's got pizzazz. He's got confidence. He's got
personality
an edge.
too.
He's talking about getting under the opposition's skin.
The Ram.
I mean, speak to me.
How about that for an animal? The Ram. How awesome is that? Speaking of Utah Mammoth draft picks,
pretty face off the ice.
yeah. The Utah Mammoth are now on the clock.
Okay.
So Pittsburgh just, I believe they took. Was that
Liam
Ruck?
Ruck.
Liam Ruck, one of the Ruck twins. Okay, so Marcus is still out there on the board, but the Mammoth at 23 are on the clock. This is the draft pick that was acquired, one of the two draft picks that was acquired for J.J. Purka. So this will be Utah's second pick of this first round to go along with the former future Spartan Belche.
It's interesting to note, like when you look. And you're looking at all the mock drafts, and you're looking at all the the pundits weighing in on what the order of things is going to be. It's amazing how wrong it is. But when you think about it, like, these teams, Utah's no different. They've got an army of scouts and an army executive team that is combing the ends of the earth and meeting with these players and their families and talking to youth coaches. And like, they are going deep, far deeper than any of the pundits are going to know who they want to take. And so it makes absolute sense that when you get to draft day, the teams are arriving at different conclusions than the media, because it's just a different animal when it comes to how much is on the line for these situation rooms like we're seeing right there.
We're going to look at Utah Mammoth draft headquarters. There's lots of moving around. Everybody's standing up.
Standing up.
That's
right now.
usually what happens when everybody's shaking hands and celebrating after a draft pick. So it still says on the clock. We have not seen that the pick is in yet. But when you look at the Utah Mammoth prospect pool, and we're going to see a lot of these guys at development camp coming up, is there any one thing that you feel is missing, Dom, from this prospect pool that Bill Armstrong has accrued over the last few years?
From the prospect pool, is there anything missing? No. I mean, like there's depth in the prospect pool. How that will pan out, as far as who makes the roster in the years to come, I don't think anyone can say yet. But here comes the pick as Gary Bettman.
We've got a trade. All right.
Oh, boy.
This is like Kevin Costner on draft day. The Detroit Red Wings have traded with the Utah Mammoth. And the Utah Mammoth, it's being reported by Elliot Friedman, have acquired Sebastian Cossa, a young goaltender from Detroit. Again, this is from Sportsnet's Elliot Friedman. And that's in exchange for the 23rd overall pick. So the Mammoth do not appear to be making this pick at 23. Instead, they are opting for a 6'7" goaltender, Sebastian Cossa, who played a little bit in Detroit. He's primarily been in the American Hockey League with the Grand Rapids Griffins. Has a lot of potential, has done pretty well in the American Hockey League. But it's a young goaltender that the Mammoth have picked up.
First-round draft pick in 2021. And guys, boy, you don't see a lot of first-round draft picks for goaltenders. Spencer Knight of the Chicago Blackhawks comes to mind. Florida took him very high back in 2019. So this is a first-rounder. You heard that he was the future for the Detroit Red Wings in between the pipes, and they traded for John Gibson, and it all of a sudden adjusted the trajectory. So they made that trade to try and get into the playoffs, didn't do it, and now their top goaltender prospect comes to the Utah Mammoth, and I just keep looking at that size, guys. 6 foot.
And you already have Michael
in
Robel,
goal.
who is 6'5", who's down at Tucson at the end of the year. So you draft a 6'5" guy at 17 overall. You've already got a 6'5" goaltender up and coming, who had a great year in college, and now you add a 6'7" goaltender. Bill Armstrong seems to have a bit of a type here.
Well, how can you not? And speaking from experience, a smaller goaltender on a bad night is much worse than a big goaltender. It's just physics. The days of the goaltenders that are 5'10", are gone. You're just not going to see it, because if you're just big, the puck hits you even when you have an off night. And that's the prototypical goaltender now, is the big guys. Obviously, athleticism still counts for a lot. The ability to get down quickly counts for a lot. But especially when you think about the butterfly and the style of play that goaltenders play in the modern NHL game, they're down. And if you're 6'7" and your shoulders are still hitting the crossbar, that's a lot of pucks that are going to hit you. Those Dylan Guenther shots, that beat so many goaltenders. There's not a lot of room. There's less and less room the bigger these goalies get.
I had a chance to watch Cossa several times in the American Hockey League, and he doesn't have the athleticism maybe that a Karel Vejmelka has, where he's making some of those 10-bell stops, but then again, he never seemed to quite need it. Played back further in his net, and you look at his numbers in the American Hockey League, he's played basically 3 full seasons in the AHL. Save percentage, .913, .911, .915. pretty darn good in the American Hockey League, considering sometimes it can be a little chaotic down there. Not every pass is tape to tape. There are a little bit more turnovers and things like that. But really impressive numbers, and I've heard great things about him as a human being as well.
Guys, this is just a huge trade for the Mammoth as they use that first rounder from the J.J. Purka deal that they just wheeled. But you heard Sebastian Cosa's name mentioned in line with teams that need a number one goalie. There's playoff teams in the NHL from 2026 that their goaltender situation is such they're looking for a starting goaltender, and the Mammoth go wheel that trade. Now you've got Karel Vejmelka and Sebastian Cossa. That's a nice 1-2 punch, and there's teams out there still trying to figure out to do with their number one goalie.
Well, yeah, I mean, the luxury that Utah has with having Karel Vejmelka, who's a bona fide starter, proven starter that gives his a team a chance to win every night, is that you have time for the Kosas of the world, the Robbles of the world to develop. You know, this isn't a case where I don't think anyone is expecting. Listen, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Right.
But I don't think anyone is expecting that Michael Robble or Sebastian Cossa is going to be starting a ton of games or any games this season. But the luxury of having Karel Vejmelka being so reliable right now is it gives those guys a chance to get their feet under them, get confidence at the pro level, especially for Robble, who hasn't really been there except for the end of last year. But what it does is cements, stockpiles that position for the future. And, you know, maybe one of these guys pans out, maybe one of them doesn't, but you're upping your odds of having a franchise goaltender is basically what has just transpired.
Detroit with John Gibson and Cam Talbot this last year, so two quality guys that split a lot of the workload, so not a lot of opportunity for Cossa in Detroit. Detroit moves up to take J.P. Hurlbert at 23, but the big news, if you just joined us, the Utah Mammoth trade away the 23rd overall pick for Sebastian Cossa, 6'7" goaltender from the Detroit organization. Guy who spent a full year in the ECHL, too. I mean, how many first-round picks do we see that spend a year in the ECHL?
Goalies are strange. Like, you don't see them taken early. Like, we already talked about Vasilevsky taken at 19, who's a future Hall of Famer. It just, I don't know if it's just that they're hard to project. They're really a high risk to take a goalie because, you know, they're not as much of a shoo-in to make it and be an impact player as a defenseman or a forward. So I think there's a adverse, tendency to take them high. And the ones that have been taken high, I think back to my draft, first overall, Rick DiPietro was taken, and that did not play out well. I mean, he had a brief career, but he was anything but, a franchise goaltender that they thought they were getting. So anyway,
it was interesting. We saw Bill Armstrong, or we saw the war room. Everybody standing up. Did not see Bill Armstrong in the middle. I kind of thought he might have been making his way around the table, shaking hands, saying, good pick, everybody. No, he had stepped out and just got off the horn with Steve Yzerman, the GM of the Detroit Red Wings.
And Ryan Smith has joined the
that's right,
the party room in there.
Yeah, that's the owner and governor of the Utah Mammoth, Ryan Smith, along with Chris Armstrong, Bill Armstrong, John Ferguson in there as well. So that is that 3 trades today for the Mammoth? 3, 4?
3 trades. Yeah. You dealt Purka to Boston. You traded up with Los Angeles to go from 19 to 17, and now trading that 23rd pick for Sebastian Cossa. Guys, as we look at the Utah War Room, we're looking at management, right? President of hockey operations, owner, governor, GM, assistant GM. The scouts have cleared out. That would lead you to believe that the Mammoth are done.
Party's over.
Picking for the night. First round coming on this Friday night, and we'll do rounds 2 through 7 coming up on Saturday. And guys, a question coming in, Gary from Provo asking us to reset the Utah draft order. Everybody can sleep in tomorrow because the Mammoth do not have any second-round picks because they had 3 second-round picks for this draft, and they traded them all to Calgary for Mackenzie Weegar. So be here for the 3rd round. The Mammoth, the 83rd pick, the 96th pick, 1 pick in the 4th round, 2 picks in the 5th round, 1 pick in the 7th round.
Was that the one that went?
Yes. Yep. Oh, yep. 83rd just went to LA for the 17th. So yeah,
96
good
is starting point?
Yep.
Okay.
96. So everybody can sleep in.
Well, and remember, 3rd and 4th rounds in 2024, Mammoth found some really good players kind of at that turn from the 3rd to the 4th round. Gregor Bieber, Thomas Lavoie, who just won a QMJHL championship with Chicoutimi, and Gabe Smith, who was named the playoff MVP of that tournament. All 3 of those guys have been signed to their entry-level contracts, which does not happen with every depth draft pick. So they found some guys they liked at that spot in the draft a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Our draft, however, is rolling on. Vancouver's at 24 right now. This is their 2nd pick of this first round. Remember, they took Caleb Malhotra, Manny Malhotra's son.
Any more sons to take in this first round?
There's got to be a couple in here, no?
Yeah, well, there was Cullen, obviously, as well. I just love the twins story, by the way. Not that they're sons, but like the Ruck twins.
One of them taken already.
One of them is taken. I mean, shades of the Sedin brothers. We'll see if Pittsburgh can land the other one. I wonder if they'll trade up in order to do it. Yeah, it's been an eventful day already.
Well, remember this time last year, we were building up all the excitement of the first round. Oh, there's going to be all these trades. It's going to be insane. And there was almost nothing. There was, I think, 9 trades made during the draft, and there was like 1 or 2 that included real players. It's not been the case in this draft. And Utah's been in the middle of all of it.
Well, you know, anyone that heard Bill Armstrong talk the other day, he kind of hinted at it, right? He said, you look at the free agent class this year, and it's not that strong. You know, the cap's gone up. There's teams have more money to sign players than they have in the past. They've locked up all their players, and so when the free agent class is thin, it leads to more appetite for teams to make trades. And he hinted at that, and so far he's been right. He's been at the heart of it.
One thing, if you're clicking around on HockeyDB, Sebastian Cossa in 2021-2022 was playing alongside, guess who, for the Edmonton Oil Kings? Dylan Guenther. Guenther was the leading scorer of that team with 45 goals, 91 points.
Won a championship on that team.
Yep.
Won a championship, and you know that he's seen an elite shot in practice.
Hey, let's get back to the JJ Peterka deal. And Mike, you talk about, you know, the free agents available and Dom, Bill's comments about that. But boy, Utah is surely in a position now that they've got a lot of available cap space. JJ Peterka, highest paid forward on the roster last year for Utah. That space is wide open right now.
$21 million.
Should the Mammoth see something that they like, they can go get a deal done and still remain flexible.
One thing I love, though, AD, about Utah's approach is how patient they've been. Right? They have all these assets that they can use. Whether it's prospects, whether it's draft picks, roster, you know, they've cap space. All of that is basically currency that you can use, but they've been patient about not going for the shiny object and overpaying for it and rushing, you know, the trajectory that they're on. And I really love that discipline. I think it's really shaping up well for things to come together the way they should at the right time. The team took the step they wanted to last year in qualifying for the Stanley Cup playoffs. They want to take another step this year, make it back to the playoffs and compete even at a higher level than they were last season. So I think they're poised to do that. But what I like is that they're not going to sell the farm to do it, right? They're just going to stick with the plan. And I think that patience and discipline is going to pay off big time. Whether it takes 2 years or 6 years or whatever, I really think it's a good approach.
So let me ask you guys this, because Karel Vejmelka led the league in in starts last year in games played as a goaltender. Do you think this move for Kosa is made with that thought in mind and trying to?
It wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't spend any time in the NHL next year, Kosa.
Yeah. You think
he's only got one NHL game?
Another goalie to sign.
Yeah. I mean, he's only got one NHL game, so you can't say that he's the backup goalie. He might have a chance to earn that spot, as will the other goalies, in the system. But I don't think you can say he's a backup goalie for the team next year. I think that remains to be seen. I think it's more of a hedging your bets. You want to stack your cupboard, so to speak, because of the unexact nature of this science of prospects growing into impact players. You don't know what Robble is going to be able to do in the next few years. So you want a goalie to be the backbone of your team for the next 10 years. So all you do is stock your cupboard with guys that you think have the potential to be that, and then you do your best to develop them and give them the chance to grow and succeed and see what happens. I think that's literally what this is, more so than an immediate kind of roster showing up.
But it's not a draft pick. It's a guy who's been developing for several years, and so he's a lot closer to reaching the NHL than just drafting a goalie in that spot at 23, right?
Yeah.
Less variance, right? Where he's 23.
He's got a little more body of work to project from. Yeah, agreed.
So Sebastian Kosa to the Mammoth, and then was it a 28 first-round pick that came Utah's way, the other first-round pick?
Yep, it's a conditional. Yep. It's a conditional one on 2028.
A lot of picks
become
around here.
2029. Yeah, a lot of moving pieces with it. And Dom, you talk about, Sebastian Kosa in his one NHL game, and one word that we hear so much from Bill Armstrong and the management team and the coaching staff is internal competition.
Yeah.
They want it to be a competitive training camp every single year, and every guy's going to have to come make the roster. Utah's going to have 6 first-round draft picks from 2025, 2024, 2023, 2022 in training camp this year, and they're not saving spots for them. Guys like Caleb Denoyer, as we have a question coming in, it says we're going to see Desi this upcoming season. And Dom, simply put, if he makes the team, but we're sure excited to see him try.
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, this Utah is an exciting place to be for dev camp, for training camp, because you've got so many high-end prospects that are vying for spots and very few spots. But all of those guys know that they – Andre loves to use the whole thing. There's if players and when players, right? And I think Utah's got a lot of when players. It's not a matter of if they make it; it's when they're going to make it, and whether it's immediately. I don't see it being immediately for Denoyer. I don't see it being this year.
Could be in the AHL this year.
But he's
that new rule.
He's a when player, right? This guy is a player that is going to be an impact player for years to come when he does make that transition.
You look at Caleb Denoyer, 4th overall last year. Tij Ginla, 6th overall. Cole Beaudoin, another first-round pick. Still, Dmitry Simashev, Daniil Boot, Maverick Lamoureux, other first-rounders.
It's crazy when you look at the prospect pool.
You love to look at it, Dom, because everything that we talk about, the first 2 seasons here in Utah, what do the Mammoth need? They've got it in their prospect pool. It's just a matter of when. And in the meantime, you've seen surgical moves from Bill Armstrong to acquire pieces, bringing in players like Nate Schmidt, Ian Cole, and Kevin Stenlund to fill roles, add shorter term contracts, but big guys to have.
Well, and then you look at the core, Gunther and Cooley, I mean, they're still babies. And they've already played in the Stanley Cup playoffs now and played well. I mean, what an experience for those guys. And again, Bill's talked about it. Chris Armstrong's talked about it. The experience that these guys are going to gain in their 21, 22-year-old seasons, and then fast forward 5 years as those guys are hitting their prime, and then all of a sudden these prospects that you just mentioned, AD, are filling in behind them. They're growing into their prime, and all of that comes together at the same time. Look out. Utah's coming, folks.
Development camp's on the way, and it's going to be awesome because we're going to get to see Ethan Belche and all these other guys who have yet to make it.
He told us himself.
The Ram.
Yeah.
I like that. What do you think his hockey nickname is?
We got to get him back on.
Call him back up. We're going to see Ethan Belche and all these guys, these prospects at development camp coming up. Something else we are going to witness together as the state of Utah is Mammoth Week coming up later in the summer. AD, you went to every town in State 45 last summer. The Whistle Stop Tour at Mammoth Week. We have a ton of fun being outside in the community. We had Clayton Keller show up last year as well, and we haven't announced the towns yet. Is that out there? We have the town list.
Look, there's AD getting some
face. Speak of, Nick Olczyk's
coaching
him
up. It washed right off, which is, could have gone either way.
But a ton of fun, and there's Kim Becker. Kim Becker on the ice teaching the young folks. Is this Logan
right
here?
Tip right there.
That's Coach Caden. He works with our youth program as well.
That looks like Provo Peaks Ice Center. Yeah, down
that's a great facility down there.
So coming up from August 28th to September 5th is Mammoth Week. We've got stops in St. George, Vernal, Logan, Ogden, Salt Lake City here in the Valley. We'll have special appearances from players, coaches, and other Mammoth personnel as well. Does that mean us? Other Mammoth personnel as well?
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. I think it's perfect timing, too. Last year was middle of the summer. This is kind of right leading into training camp. I think that's a great move, just to kind of build up the excitement as we get back to hockey season. So it's going to be awesome. Now you got Mammoth Ice Center that can be kind of the hub of activity for all of that, too.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Mammoth Week going to make a stop at the Mammoth Ice Center. I think, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be the first stop, probably, right? Like, kick it off here.
The Zamoth is parked here, by the way.
Come on.
For anybody who wants to get their
know where
my ride in today.
I'm also excited to go to this year on Mammoth Week, a first stop for Vernal
Oilers.
Yeah, the Ashley Valley Youth Hockey Association out there in Vernal. Can't wait to get on the old Highway 40 and
didn't they win a championship this last year?
They did. They've lost 2 games in the regular season in the last 2 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out the youth hockey in the state of Utah. And shout out the Ogden Mustangs who are making the jump to the NAHL as well. So junior hockey on the rise here in the state of Utah. But Mammoth with a pick, Mammoth with another player, and with the addition of Kosa, you now look at that J.J. Purka trade when Doan and Kesselring went to Buffalo, and we can kind of see that trade tree now. How do you view it with Kosa in a first on one end of it, and then Doan and Kesselring on the other?
Put it all together. I can't quite figure out where the
Purka is the conduit,
lead.
right? But like essentially, you lose Doan and Kesselring, you acquire a first.
Is it a deciduous tree or is it an evergreen?
Oh, I think a coniferous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Do you know the largest forest in the world, by the way?
The Amazon jungle.
The boreal forest in northern Russia. I learned that. David Attenborough taught me that on BBC.
You know, is that?
That's just the crowd here. That's the KeyBank Center cheering for me.
David Attenborough, by the way, I played with a guy. His name's Dan Girardi, New York Rangers teammate. A lot of guys, after a game, they have a hard time settling down after the game. A lot of them, they turn to sleeping pills or whatever to help them get to sleep after road trips and stuff. You know what Dan Girardi's sleeping pill was?
Nature documentaries.
Planet Earth.
Yes.
With David Attenborough.
Same.
He put that on, and after 15 minutes, he was out like a light.
That is my prescription. If you are struggling with sleeping, don't worry about the pills or anything like that or NyQuil. No. You need an English muffin with peanut butter, a glass of milk, and about 20 minutes of David Attenborough narrating Planet Earth. You'll be out.
And if Attenborough's not available, you know who to call.
That's right. That's right. But talking about this trade tree, deciduous or coniferous, I'm even saying that right. How do you evaluate it? Because the Mammoth took a chance, didn't work out. Now they recoup value.
I think it's all played out. I mean, listen, you trade Doan and Kesselring, you get Purka, he has a productive season, and then the next season you turn around and flip him for two first-round picks. I don't think you've come out less than where you were before.
Yeah.
Purka still has value for the Bruins. They come out ahead as well. Again, I think it works. I think the big question will be, how will Kosa develop? I think he's a highly valued prospect. I think there are a lot of teams that would love to have Sebastian Kosa right now. And he belongs to the Utah Mammoth.
He was one of two goalies drafted in the first round of that 2021 draft. The other was Jesper Wallstedt, who went a few picks later. Jesper Wallstedt, of course, is the tandem goaltender in Minnesota who has made that jump fantastic.
The other thing that sometimes we forget with all this is you could have the same prospect in different systems, and like what I'm trying to get at is like, say a prospect like Kosa is not developing in Detroit, or hasn't gotten opportunity in Detroit, take them to a different environment and all of a sudden they can take off. So a lot of times it's not about evaluating, well, he was a first rounder 4 years ago, but what has he become? Well, maybe the environment was not conducive for him to grow and succeed there.
Yep.
And you take that player out of that environment and put him in a different environment, and all of a sudden they blossom. And so I think that could also be part of this, is that Utah sees that they're acquiring an asset that they think they can, have bear fruit. And we know that the developmental environment here is extremely strong.
And guys, with the Purka deal, I just keep going back to the cap space and the flexibility that it creates. And this is going to be a really, really fun week of hockey here in the middle of the summer. The first round tonight, rounds 2 through 7 tomorrow, and then we go into prospect and development camp. We'll have all of our draft picks here at the Mammoth Ice Center. It'll be open to the public on Monday, so stay tuned for details there. And then just wait. Wednesday, July 1st, free agency in the NHL, and we've seen Utah and Bill Armstrong again just make some very strategic moves on July 1st each of the last 2 seasons. So stay tuned, because this is going to be a really fun week, and now with a lot of flexibility becoming even more flexibility with the Purka deal.
Utah's got options. They've got options again, and they don't need to be urgent or in a hurry to use them. They can be patient. The other thing about it, guys, is, okay, you've got cap space. You can sign a free agent if you want, but maybe you don't. Maybe you don't do that. Bill Armstrong has been very consistent with, he uses that, we don't want to win the summer.
That's right.
He always says we don't want to win the summer. We want to win the season. So even if you have cap space, you don't sign anyone July 1st, you give these prospects a chance to make the team. You give these prospects a chance to grow and show what they can do. Maybe you get to March and the team's, looking like a playoff team again, and then all of a sudden there's a team that's, selling at the deadline, and that's when you strike, right? But you've got the options and the flexibility to do so. So they've got all of these, levers that they can pull at their disposal. And I think if you look around the NHL, you can ask any GM if they could take any team right now where they would like to be, the most ideal situation to be in, given anything. I think a lot of them would choose Utah.
And it starts with the owner, too. Yeah. Ownership ready to buy in. I'm going to put you on the spot, Dom, but if you can remember back to, let's just say last training camp, of the young guys that we've been talking about, the prospects who have not jumped to the NHL yet, which of those guys looked the closest to the NHL? And that was a year ago, granted.
Yeah, it was a year ago. I will say that Gabe Smith, for me, is a guy that, listen, he wasn't picked as high as some of the other guys that are on the list. But when you talk about making an impact at the NHL level in the short term, I think he can do it. And the reason is Tij Ginla lighting up the Western Hockey League, scoring a ton of points. He may be able to make that jump this year, but if he's not going to be in the top 6, he's better off, not being on the team, right? Because you got to have him playing, and you don't want him to play on the 4th line. So, but a Gabe Smith, on the other hand, his role is to play a depth role. And he's got a mature game. He's got size. The team needs size. or wants to add size, I should say. So I think he's got a real shot. He's got the hockey sense. He's got the physical, presence that will bode well. Maturity. So keep an eye on him. AD, what about you?
Yeah, Cole Beaudoin, I think is another one cut from that exact same cloth, Dom, that you're looking at a third line, fourth line forward, and we just had him on the show in our first hour, and fans were really, really excited to hear from Cole, and they've heard Bill Armstrong talk about how he's going to be a guy that helps set the culture in Utah. And, you look at those 6 first-rounders, and as excited as Bill Armstrong was when he drafted those kids, I think after the year that all of them just had playing in juniors or the AHL or splitting time between Utah and the American Hockey League, even more excited. Caleb Denoye, Tij Ginla, Cole Beaudoin, Gabe Smith, Thomas Lavoie, that defenseman that's under contract. They all had phenomenal years in juniors. They all were on winning teams, and we were pretty close to almost having an all-Utah Memorial Cup, the championship of the 3 junior leagues and the host team in late May in Kelowna, hosted by Tij Ginla and the Rocket. Big season for the Utah prospects.
Well, let's not forget about Daniil Boot too, because he played 28 or something like that games in the NHL, and we just had Bill and Chris Armstrong walk by. I'm going to try and grab Bill at some point, but. So stay tuned for General Manager Bill Armstrong and President of Hockey
By the way,
Operations,
you know what
Chris
I want to
Armstrong.
get back to?
Yes.
So first of all, loved our conversation with Ethan Belche.
Amazing.
And he talked about his being a Ram. I want to revisit asking our broadcast team what animal they would be.
Oh, do you have an answer?
Well, you want me to go first?
Yeah.
I think I would be a husky. And the reason is, Huskies never get tired. They can go for days. They embrace the elements. They're not afraid of snow, blizzards. Just bring it on, say the Huskies.
Like Balto.
They're like Balto, exactly. Tenacious. And I think I just have a dogged personality. Yeah. So how about you? How about you?
I was also going to go the dog, but a much less impressive species. I was going to go golden retriever.
Kim, come on in. We need to ask you
we're having some
question.
fun here. Kim,
what animal would you be? What animal you can?
What animal would I be with what? What's the end of
if you were an animal?
Yourself as an animal.
Oh, a chimpanzee.
Oh, that was quick. She had that one loaded up.
I've been asked this question before. I don't know why. I feel like I have, because then you could just like swing from trees and you're little and you've got like long limbs.
No, the animal has to describe your personality, not because you have
sporadic.
Okay.
The
Does that work?
red-headed chimpanzee.
Oh, okay. Well, I feel like that I need to ask you what you think I would be then.
No. It's more like what
chimpanzees got a lot of energy. Yeah.
Not what you'd like to swing from trees.
Well, maybe I do. Okay. Something that describes my personality. I'm finding it really hard to think about any kind of animal right now.
You can think about it. AD.
All right, AD.
How about a yard dog? What do you think
What's
about
a yard
you?
dog?
Or
like a
Kim?
golden retriever?
Me is the yard dog.
I was going to say a
What
mongoose because he's
mongoose.
tenacious,
Okay, all
or maybe like a Wolverine. Yeah, no, for him because we'll be getting
What'd you
say for
say you
Mammoth
were?
Daily, and I'm like, putting my notes together, and he sends me the whole script for the show, and I'm like, oh, okay, he's been doing this for the last 3 days.
What's yours?
I was going to say golden retriever because they're not that smart. Like, they're pretty loyal. They'll go out and get things, bring them back, but kind of fun to be around.
That's pretty
lovable.
Good. That's pretty good.
Just not a lot going on up here,
You said a husky? That's pretty good too. I'm going to stick with the chimpanzee.
I like that.
Should we bring in the other? Look at this.
Oh, wow.
I love this.
This is from Austin Facer at SLC Puck on Twitter as we transition from Barnyard Animals to Marvel Magazines.
So
Belchezilla. This is fantastic. He did that by hand, by the way. That's not AI. But great artwork from Austin Facer. He's got him in the 61 card, too. Is that a training camp number?
That's an imposing figure.
Look at the names of the opposing players. Panic. Help. Oh, my goodness. How about this? I got a note here from Bob Kaiser, who is the radio voice of the Grand Rapids Griffins in the American Hockey League. I texted him on some notes for Sebastian Cossa, and Bob responded with this, and I'm just going to read it mostly word for word. I'll paraphrase it a bit. Cossa was doing everything to convince that his development was coming along fine, and he was well on his way to becoming an NHL star. He slowed down a little bit around March and struggled in the last couple games. That's why his numbers weren't as good as maybe they could have been. I mean, I'm looking at them; they're still pretty darn good. And Bob, who interviews Cossa all the time and was with the Griffins daily, was feeling that any kind of criticism towards Sebastian Cossa was not warranted. Like he was indeed capable of taking that next step, and he says the feeling that he can become a very good NHL goalie is still there. So I don't know. I haven't heard the critics of Sebastian Cossa, but Bob Kaiser does a great job. He fills in from time to time on the Detroit Red Wings broadcast. They do a great job, and Bob is saying that he thinks very highly of Sebastian. So excited to
good intel, Mikey.
Get to meet Seabass in person.
Dom
Seabass said that.
Dom said that
they caught up to him like a mile down the road. If anybody's seen Dumb and
Anybody
Dumber,
who's seen knows what we're going with.
Sometimes
there.
it's just a change of scenery.
The guy at the table over there.
Adrian, have you seen Dumb and Dumber?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he just doesn't care.
Harry and Lloyd. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And who's Seabass? Which NHL player plays Seabass? Here's a trivia question for you. Which former NHL player plays the character Seabass in Dumb and Dumber?
In the 90s. Who? I had no idea.
Might have to bring in executive producer Craig Amazine for this one.
Gosh, you're
Think Boston Bruins.
Oh, well, that explains it. I'm going to give it to Mike. I've got no idea.
Mikey?
Boston Bruin, you say? Cam Neely.
You got it.
Wow. I came up with that
Cam
right off
Neely
the top of my head. I
plays
didn't even know.
Seabass in Dumb and Dumber. There you go.
We have now officially covered all the bases. We've had
we still don't know what
animals
Matt and Nick and Sarah are going to be.
Yeah, leave a comment.
Chris Armstrong is going to join us shortly, by the way. So
is Chris going to join us here, or is he going to be with Sarah? Do we know? He's going to be out with Sarah, I believe. So we'll toss to Sarah when Chris stops by. I mean, I can just look out there. I don't see him yet. It's kind of cool where we are right now. You're getting all this live. We're just checking out the war rooms, like a few rooms down there.
We talked about this on Mammoth Daily, Mike. We can see, executives coming and going on their phones. It's a front row seat we have here on Broadcast Row at the Mammoth Ice Center.
Hey, Maddie. What if you described yourself as a certain animal that just fits your personality? What would it be?
I'd be a mad dog.
That's 4 dogs now.
That's my nickname, Mad Dog. Everybody calls me Mad Dog, except you guys.
I thought your nickname was T-Bone.
No, it's Mad Dog.
Mad Dog.
It's
okay.
Mad Dog.
All right.
And why are you a mad dog?
I don't know. Matty Mitts. Bob Hartley called me Matty Mitts because I had the good hands on the ice. I had no wheels. Jesus.
What makes you a mad dog?
I don't know. They just started calling me Mad Dog, so I'm Mad Dog. But that goes all the way back to my Anaheim days. Yeah, I don't know. What did you guys think of that pick, though? That was pretty good, right?
Which pick?
The Mammoth pick.
Ethan?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Loved it.
Yeah, like big size and everything else. And Costa now, I think it's been a really good day for the group.
A Cosa Nostra.
Yeah. Costa says no. Don't steal it, okay? At least give me some credit on that one.
Maddie, we've got someone in our fan forum here saying that you're an owl.
An owl?
Yeah, and I think that fits.
Who said that?
I think that fits because.
So we're at the show where I can do anything, right? I can just ride off the rails again. So they took
I think an owl works. You've wise.
That's true. Yeah.
You do a lot of your best thinking at night.
Where are you going?
Your head's on a swivel all the time, looking all around you.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
What
I
else?
understand the pecking order.
You're who's who.
That's right.
Yes,
That's right.
yes. Thank you. Thank you.
That's right. Right. Hey,
Well,
AD,
well
you're
done.
unbelievable. Hey, you guys
Wow.
have done a great job.
You're more of a screech owl than any other owl.
By the way, I didn't even know if I was going to get on tonight. I was halfway to the parking lot when they called my number. I didn't think I was available tonight, like a guy in a bullpen or something. I pitched yesterday, can't go tonight.
Let me ask. We're just going to check with our producer, Adam Hill, here, where we're going next, because we're just way off the rails here.
Adam doesn't know.
Adam, what should we talk about next? We're going to get out of the shot. You want us to just walk off the show right now?
It's a walkout.
I'm happy to do it. Okay, we're done. So we're walking out right now.
Toss it.
Okay, thanks everybody. It's been nice to
wait.
Yeah.
Stick around. We've got Chris Armstrong. We've got Ryan Smith, Nick Olchek, Sarah Merrifield, Kim Becker, the people you really want to see, not these 4 dogs here.
Mad Dog.
So,
what have you realized about everything that you've been pitching about Utah to people, which we've gotten to experience? We go up there, we love it. We always moved up there, but not just us. Like, obviously, you picked up an entire hockey team from Phoenix and moved them to Utah, so you're selling Utah to, obviously, NBA players having to sell Utah. Like, what do you think has been happening with your teams, your fans, and your players as they've experienced the growth out there?
So we have a unique opportunity where it's really Utah and our jersey, right? So like you look out and how many, we're representing an entire state. We're representing the fastest growing state in the country. One of the states with the, highest possibility for economic prosperity. If you move to Utah, your likelihood to exceed or jump a different socioeconomic class is higher than anywhere else. We're the youngest state. So as you can see out there, I mean, we got a lot of kids. Like, this is how it goes. And so there's a responsibility to go provide a great experience for everyone that comes and kind of wear that stewardship to do that in Utah. And that's what it's about for me and my wife. As far as the narratives out there that people don't want to come, I mean, I've got players crying when we trade them. Right? People want to be here once they're here. They see the people, they meet the people, they want to be a part of it. Everything in life's about the people, and the people are amazing. And, I think right now in sports, or at least with internet, there's a lazy narrative out there. I already know what the narrative's always going to be. They're going to have to hit every market with something.
It?
I mean,
which one? What's the narrative?
No, it's just the narratives are always going to be small market. This is what's going on. Like,
Mormons everywhere. Mormons, there's no alcohol.
Yeah, can't order a double.
Yeah. Can you spit on the street? I don't even know if you're allowed to sneak. Like, that's what people think, though, right? That's what they think.
Wow, this has been such a fun and exciting day, and I think the excitement continues with President of Hockey Operations, Chris Armstrong. Thank you so much for coming and joining us on this draft show, and obviously Nick, too, but he needs no introduction.
Great to be with you guys. I
Trust
was
me.
hoping to get over here a little earlier, but we got a little busy, a little tied up.
You had your hands full, and that's perfectly okay. But, I mean, yeah, let's start with the excitement. I mean, the War Room, first off, it's probably really nice to be in this facility to do so, because we remember last year and the year before, but can you walk us through that feeling of being in that room today?
Yeah, it was really special to have our first draft here at our headquarters, and that room is so beautifully appointed, and full credit to our marketing team, our content team, IT, all of our office staff for setting it up in such a special and powerful way. Obviously watching the draft tonight, I feel I'm a little biased, but I feel like we had the best setup in the National Hockey League tonight. And yeah, I think it's like one of the reasons we built such an incredible facility is to be able to experience these moments here at home. And it's a special day all around.
Chris, I got to ask you about the players that you acquired today. Ethan Belche, 6'5",
he's a big
monster,
boy.
and then of course You're bringing in a goaltender as well. So when you think about both of those moves, what comes to mind?
Yeah, I mean it's really hard to get a power forward through the draft, and Ethan is a great young man and an exceptionally physically gifted athlete, and so we're excited about his continued development and what he can bring to the Utah Mammoth in the future. And then Sebastian Cossa is a player we have coveted for quite some time, and we were pleased that our patience paid off, and we were able to get him today. We think he's going to be a great complement to Veggie, and his numbers speak for themselves in the American League. He's earned his opportunity here in the NHL, and we're excited to see him push to the next level.
I know there's only so much you can divulge, but with Cossa, can you take us and our great fans through kind of the process of how you get to that? Because there's a lot kind of in contingency there of different moves that go into it. You acquire a pick, you use that pick then to trade into it. Can you kind of take us a little bit behind the scenes there?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, incredibly athletic human being, right?
Yeah.
He's 6'6" and extremely athletic, and our goalie scouts and our goalie coach have long been fans of Sebastian, and so we've inquired over time. He was obviously a first round pick, 15th overall to Detroit, and he's consistently developed well in their system. But he was knocking on the door for his shot at the National Hockey League level, and so we're excited to give him that opportunity. But yeah, you have to get creative and understand what Detroit was looking for whatever reason. It didn't fit there for him, but we're excited to take him with today's trade and see what we can do.
And just to touch on, obviously there was a very impactful moment. The first time we saw the Mammoth logo even on the stage for the 17th pick, the Blackstone Valley School hockey team was the one selecting that pick. Can you tell us a little bit of the backstory about that for the fans that might not know the story?
Yeah, it's a terrible tragedy, obviously, mass shooting in Pawtucket, Rhode Island during a youth hockey game. And the opportunity to support the hockey community in this way and to have Blackstone Valley select our pick for us today was really, really special. I mean, hockey, as we've talked about a lot, is a special community, cares very much for one another, and this was a small way to not only acknowledge that awful, horrific tragedy, but also hopefully bring some positivity to the lives of those folks and have them be a part of the NHL draft was really special. And credit to the NHL for putting it all together and reaching out to us to see how we could support it.
Yeah, it was a pretty cool moment.
Yeah, and speaking of community, Chris, takes a village in terms of a scouting staff to put in all the miles, all the nights, and all the travel. What can you say about the amateur staff that you guys have and all the work that they put in and you guys put in to try to make this draft as good as possible and select the guys that you want?
Yeah, I can't say enough good things. When we were talking as a group this morning, I said I woke up very relaxed and very confident. And the reason for that is because I know we're prepared and we've done all the work. And, Bill's leadership, Daryl Plandowski and Teal Fowler, as well as our entire amateur scouting staff, they've put in the work. They've had the difficult conversations. They've had the exhaustive debates to put together our list. And so that calmness is a function of their effort and their work. And that's a great place to be as a leader in any organization, is to know that your team has done the work and they've turned over every stone and they've looked around every corner and they've made sure we were in a position to optimize the opportunities that presented themselves to us today. And in our case, we were very fortunate to get Ethan, who was a player. It was high on our list, and when he was available, we obviously made the push to move up to get him. And look, we have that intel, we have that knowledge because of the work of those people.
And each scout has an opinion. So, I'm curious, when you guys are deliberating on which scout likes which player.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask if things get a little testy, but I'm sure there's emotion and guys have opinions like that, and then you guys welcome that. You want that type of process.
That's the debate you need, right? They're convicted in their points of view. They fight for the players in their region that they've spent all of these hours on the road and in less than 5-star hotel rooms, logging a lot of miles on the highway and time away from their family, and credit to their families as well for supporting that lifestyle. It's not easy when your significant other is away as much as our scouts are, and for extended periods of time, and especially at this time of year where the stakes get even higher, and it requires even more of them. So but that's what you want. You want those tough debates. You want those difficult conversations, and it's always respectful, which is the most important thing. Everybody leaves the room united, but you feel like everybody's had the opportunity to express their point of view, express their opinion, and also their conclusion based on the work that they've done.
Well, as we, talk about the internal community that is continuously growing stronger, there are obviously a ton of really cool things that are happening in the offseason, the strengthening of the coaching staff, the fact that you guys are able to be here in this facility. I also need to point out the fact that there is some sort of hockey tournament happening behind us while we're here in the draft, and I think that might be the coolest part of this facility because we know how much this external community is growing. As we switch gears a little bit, can you tell me how rewarding it is to see the growth of this community in full swing, especially on a day like today?
It's amazing. We've had people in the facility, through the facility all day, right? And they've felt like a part of the Utah Mammoth draft experience. That's what we want. And we actually delayed these poor folks for our team photo because we got so busy before the draft that we weren't able to get that done ahead of time. So they were gracious and patient in letting us do that. But no, this is a community asset, as Ryan and Ashley have said from the very beginning. And we hope this is the home for hockey in all of Utah. And the more people we can inspire and the more people that fall in love with the game in this facility, from kids to adults alike, is the most rewarding part of what we're doing. And then the responsibility we have with this great privilege of working in pro sports is the opportunity to share it and inspire people with it.
And I know, as far as the other updates that we continue to grow this community and expand this hockey culture here in Utah. Facility-wise, I think there's some things that people are very excited about too, whether that be the Delta Center or that Sports Performance Center on the horizon. Can you give us any updates or inkling onto how that's going?
Yeah, it's all on schedule, remarkably, thanks to the great efforts of Jim Olson and Jamie Galileo, McKinley Follett, and many others. But I don't know how they sort it all out. We every year we knock Humpty Dumpty off the wall, and then we scramble to put them back together before the season begins. But every step of the way, we're trying to improve and optimize that fan experience at Delta Center, and we're well on our way to doing that. And having a world-class sports medicine facility, as our owner who's been here 3 times today, show you his passion and commitment to what we're doing and to supporting us, whilst also welcoming the number 2 pick in the NBA draft to town tonight.
I know, all happening at the same time too, which is so exciting. But
I look from a facilities perspective, we're very fortunate to have the investment and resources that our ownership group provides, and having a sports medicine facility, as we were talking about before, it's also going to serve this community and enrich the lives of everybody in this community, and have a competitive advantage for us to have access to those resources and to our own team doctors and to imaging and rehabilitation right at our doorstep. Is all what we're trying to do to attract people, not just to the Utah Mammoth and the Utah Jazz, but to Utah as a state and a place that's high quality of life and wellness focused.
It's been such a fun experience. Well, thank you first and foremost for sharing all this insight. It's been so fun to get a chance to be here and experience it kind of firsthand. But there's so much exciting things on the horizon, not just with the draft, but obviously moving forward too. So we appreciate you. Thank you for your time.
We appreciate you guys. We appreciate the coverage. I can't wait to get home and watch the show tonight and
watch it back
all
like
the
you
memes.
normally do.
Appreciate it.
I know how much you like to watch back tape.
I do. It's a blessing and a curse. Yeah.
Well, thanks again. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys.
Good luck in
much.
day
Bye,
2.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
That was great.
Time is here. The first ever playoff game inside of the Delta Center.
You could see the excitement and the rally towels going.
It's just another level, right? As a fan, as a player, as an organization, you feel that.
You'd go to Vegas, which is known as one of the best rinks in the NHL, and then you come to our rink and, it's topping Vegas.
And what electricity here tonight inside the Delta Center.
I've said it like 4 or 5 times now, I think I've heard the loudest Delta Center that I've heard, and it just continues to blow the roof off.
Gunther, one-timer score! Now Nick Schmaltz for Krause, he scores!
It was an incredible play by Schmally. The rink erupted, Schmaltz erupted. He jumped up so high that I had to keep him up there and help him not fall down.
This place is buzzing!
Pad save made by Vamelka, and a great one to start. A wrist shot blockered away by our first Belche chance here at the Delta Center.
Shot, score!
Well, if I can hear myself think.
The Utah Mammoth take a 2-1 lead in their first ever home playoff game here at the Delta Center.
The atmosphere here was absolutely insane.
You can feel the energy. You guys have been awesome tonight. We know we got a long road ahead, but let's continue this, and you guys are a big part of this. We appreciate it.
It's a huge win. Great job at home. Take the lead in that series. We all know we'll have some adjustment to make. We'll have some improvement to make. But at the end of the day, we talk all year about finding ways to get the job done. It's not always pretty, but at the end of the day, it's a lot of character. You compete all night long. Proud of you. Really good job. We'll talk about what we can do better, and we'll keep getting better. There's a lot of work to be done. Still, really proud of you. Good job.
Continued pressure here by the Golden Knights. And a bouncing puck, and they score, and it's redirected in. Cole Smith, 3-0 Vegas.
And Vegas just having their way with Utah right now.
Krause, they got him running around, a shot, and a goal! Nick Schmaltz! Across, Cole wants to get it, and then he scores! Ian Cole! Holy cow! And a one-timer, they score! Michael Carcone's tied it at 3! Utah was down 3-0.
What a game we have been witness to here. And we are about to see the best part of playoff hockey.
Minute to go in the first overtime. Eichel try to work it back to the front, and they score. Shea Theodore. And off the bench, and Vegas has tied this series at 2.
We came back from 3-0. We were up in the game, and it was a good playoff hockey game.
In all, I mean, we fought all the way until the end. We'll learn from this game, and we're still really confident for sure.
We knew it was going to be hard. Nobody thought it was going to be an easy series, so now it's best of 3.
Under a minute remaining in regulation. Theodore and Eichel with a shot, stop, and a rebound, they score. And it's Pavel Dorofeev for the hat trick.
This is where the battle of attrition, the war of attrition starts to set in. We played a lot of hockey.
And that's going to do it for our first overtime. We will head to a second overtime in a 4-4 game here in Game 5. And now Kerfoot trying to play it along the boards. Take it away. Shot, goal. Brett Howden. A short-handed goal in double overtime. And Vegas has taken a 3-2 series lead.
Win one at home. I think that's our focus.
Well, welcome back to our NHL
What a day it's
draft
been.
show.
Let's get the
What a
energy
day
up
it's
in the
been.
chat.
I know. It's only
What
been
are we-
like
how
4
are we-
hours, everybody.
How do we feel?
Ramp it up.
We feel great. How do we look? We look great.
We look okay. We look okay. No, we're looking good, and we're feeling good. We are still going to have General Manager Bill Armstrong join Nick
Don't
and
wanna
I
miss
here
that one.
before we wrap this
Don't
up,
wanna
so
miss
make
that
sure that
one.
you guys stay tuned while he gets ready to come up here. But, Nick, you and I were here at the facility a couple of weeks ago for the Carcone Cup.
You had to bring up
I do.
a loss.
Because if anybody saw on social media, Nick and I had a friendly little wager going on in the championship game. We didn't plan this. It just kind of organically happened as that game was going on the ice. You went and spoke to one of the teams before, and then we were like, oh, I should go speak to the other team after the first period. So, they both get a little pep talk. He's more expert than I am, but my team ended up winning. So it actually worked out
so you were
in
the
my
expert.
favor.
You were the expert, and just a wonderful event put on by Michael Carcone and giving kids an opportunity to be part of something Mammoth themed, Mammoth sponsored, and the kids had such big smiles on their faces, and they walked away. The winners did with some medals there. You could see the gray team that skated away with some medals. A nice picture there with Michael Carcone as well. And I think these tournaments do such a great job of giving kids the platform to just go out and play. And the best part about this, Kim, is I can guarantee you that there were some friendships for life that were made here. Yeah. I met my best friend at a hockey camp, and he's still my best friend to this day. His name's Joey. So
shout out to Joey.
So, to me, these types of camps, these types of events are so special. So a huge shout out and round of applause to Michael Carcone. He had some of his boys playing in it as well, and it was
pretty awesome. They were getting feisty too.
Yeah, they were. They take after their dad.
That's good though. They're learning. You know, they're learning young.
It was great to see. It was a lot of fun, and of course being there with you was a really great time. Even if my team did not come out victorious, we had fun. We had fun. That's what
we had a good time. We had a good time. And we always do here at the facility, especially in the off season. So many different things going on. And the Utah Jazz are going to have their practice facility here in the future. They're building that. I know the Utah Jazz also, a lot of great news going on for the Jazz this week.
They got a lot of great players.
They got a lot of great players.
A lot of great players. How about DP?
How about
DP coming in?
He's got DP.
We got Keontae George.
Good job.
He can really shoot
How
it.
about
Bryce Sensabaugh, another one. Laurie Markkinen, one of my favorites.
You studied
I mean, if we put him on skates in front of the power play or on the power play in front of the goaltender, I don't know if anybody would be able to stop it. And then there's Darren Peterson. Look, Kim,
Someone told him that we were going to put him on the spot here, and he did his research. That's good.
This is all off the dome here. I got to be very honest. The basketball is not. It's not a part of my background.
It's okay, and it also goes on during the same time as the hockey season, so it's hard to follow both.
But the excitement, even last year, like the excitement of this team, and a lot of it to me is spurred on by the fans. I mean, how many sellouts? Even when the team was out of the playoffs or they were going through a rough patch, as Ryan Smith and Ashley Smith always say, Utah shows up. They did show up. They will continue to do so, and it's going to be great to see how good this team can be this year. And there's not going to be a night where there's not a sellout at Delta Center. I can tell you that much.
Basketball expert right here. Do you want to learn more about the Utah Jazz and the week that they had in the draft?
I am up for it.
Okay, let's hear from Lauren Green, their sideline reporter.
Well, I think it's fair to say that the biggest week of the offseason for any Utah fan of any sport happens this week because the NBA draft and the NHL draft both collided this week, and we couldn't help but bring in Lauren Green, the sideline reporter for the Utah Jazz. Because, Lauren, you were physically there at the draft, and I think it was probably a really big, exciting moment for not just everyone at the draft, but obviously for Utah Jazz fans. So can you walk us through and paint a little picture of what it was like to be there?
Yeah, being in Brooklyn was, the energy was electric inside Barclays Center. Not only because the draft's just a special event every year where young men's lives and their families and their loved ones, I mean, everything's just changed forever, right? But this draft class was also one of the most talented draft classes in the NBA, probably in the last few decades. So this was, the anticipation for this draft was just building and building and building all year. So it was not only excited to be there and see who the Jazz were going to take at number 2, but the entire first round was just, it was so exciting. It was so exciting to be a part of.
Well, it's cool to see all those stories come out of the draft because these kids have worked their entire lives to get there, and at the end of the day they're only 19 or so. They're so young, but I know how excited everyone was on the Jazz side to have that second overall pick. So can you tell us a little bit about what it was like to talk to Darren Peterson after he was selected, and then what you know about him so far?
Yeah, Darren Peterson is going to be a star with the Utah Jazz. First, this was also our second time in Utah Jazz history having the number 2 pick in the draft, so this was a huge deal. But again, since this talent was so jam-packed in this draft, getting Darren at number 2. I mean, in any other draft, he probably could have gone number 1, and there was not even a really definitive number 1 in this draft. There was a back and forth between him and AJ DeBonsa about who was actually going to go number 1. So the type of talent Utah just received is going to change the franchise. I don't really say that lightly. I truly believe that. Darren Peterson's a guard who can operate off ball really well. And that helps with the kind of guys that, especially next to Keontae George, kind of another combo guard, but also plays point guard. And the Jazz are excited to have someone who's going to be able to grow front and center. It's kind of what I've heard from the coaching staff and the front office as well. Someone who's going to be able to come in and grow with this group, even at such a young age. Yeah, they were one of the biggest winners at the NBA draft too, is what a lot of national media are saying, drafting Darren Peterson. So the future is really, really bright. I know Darren was really excited after when I got to talk to him, kind of moments after he was drafted. And he's a great kid too, great character. And that's something the Jazz think is important too. They're not just drafting talent, but also just really good humans to come into the organization.
Well, it was so fun to witness all of the fun videos that came out of the draft and the obviously the presence being there. And I know everyone here in Utah is so excited to get the NBA and the NHL season going. But Lauren, you did fantastic at the draft. Congratulations on such a successful event. You looked beautiful too.
Thank you.
Come back safe and sound in the next couple of weeks, but we're so excited. And yeah, like you said, the future is really bright. So exciting things on that front. But thanks so much for taking the time, and travel safe.
Thank you. Yeah, of course. Things are looking up for the Jazz and also for the Mammoth. It's going to be an exciting week for the state of Utah.
All right, well, some awesome stuff from Lauren Green and Sarah Merrifield right there talking about the NBA draft and the future for the Utah Jazz. As Nick knows, very bright indeed.
Players.
Very bright indeed. General Manager Bill Armstrong is actually back in meetings tonight. The draft is not over. Rounds 2 through 7 happening tomorrow, so a lot still going on, but he did do a press conference earlier. You guys can check that out on Mammoth Plus and on the YouTube page, and he had some great things to say about both Ethan Belche and about Sebastian Cossa, so really exciting for the future of the Utah Mammoth as well.
And it's going to be very interesting to see how it shakes out with Sebastian Cossa as well, Kim. I mean, it certainly sounds like, at least from the initial comments from the Utah hockey operations staff, is that Costa's going to get a real good look to be the backup and to be in the tandem with Veggie Kralva-Melka going into this season. So all of a sudden now you've got a guy that's got a massive ceiling in terms of potential in Cossa. We've talked about his size at 6'6" or 6'7", depending on who you ask. Mikey Foote earlier was saying 6'7". I'm seeing online 6'6". But at that height, does it
I
really
also
matter?
saw 6'5".
It's 6'6".
Okay.
Somewhere in the middle. But nonetheless, all of a sudden now he's in the mix. Could very well end up being one heck of a tandem for the Utah Mammoth. And, of course, can't say enough good things about Ethan Belche. Power forward, 6'5", 230 pounds, takes the puck to the high danger areas, getting to the inside. That was a real buzz phrase for us all year.
Yeah.
That's a definition of his game. So I think a lot of great work done today by the Utah Mammoth. And only time will tell, of course. You got to be patient. We'll see how everything ends up playing out. But I think a very productive day. And, of course, for those that may have missed earlier in the day, -1 on you, but we're going to fill you in anyway. Of course, the trade involving J.J. Purka as well, sending him to Boston. 2 first-round picks coming back the other way, one of which, of course, was used today in the draft. So a lot going on. The work continues. So Bill Armstrong, Chris Armstrong, who we had the pleasure with talking to a little bit earlier, they're hard at work, and we'll see what the rest of the draft has in order tomorrow, as you said as well, Kim, with rounds 2 through 7.
Yeah, the night played out differently than we expected it to, right? Yeah. We came in here thinking that we were just going to have 19, and then a whole lot of movement went on and some excitement for the Utah Mammoth. Yeah. So thank you all so much for tuning in.
Thanks to everybody on the YouTube chat.
We got the chat going
Mammoth
on all night.
Plus.
Exactly.
I've never done like this type of direct
so
interaction. I think I should start Twitch
streaming.
Have
the whole round table, the broadcasters here in front of the camera.
And
how about all of those people behind the camera?
Absolutely incredible.
Big shout out to these guys right here. You guys, they have been sitting there for 4 straight hours.
Come on,
they
everybody.
have
Wave
not
your
eaten
hands.
their
Nick,
dinner.
Lily, Will, Ben, Carly, Adam, Henri.
I did offer
Craig
to feed
Amazon,
them
our
their
boss man.
sandwiches because they haven't eaten their sandwiches yet, you guys.
Adam,
Poor
there
Adam
you
and
go,
Carly.
Adam. Turn around and look.
Adam,
There it is.
smile. You're on candid
Adam Hill,
camera.
everybody.
Tuss
Tuss
up.
up. There he is.
You may have seen him on the Jumbotron in one of the promotional videos. If you ever go to a Mammoth game, that's him. That's our producer, Adam
Kim,
Hill. He's also our pregame, postgame intermission producer. We love him.
You
What?
wonder, I mean, do these cameras, does the camera that we're looking at here have a mind of its own?
Brandon.
No, that's Brandon. B-Man.
Come here.
Come
Come
on
here.
in, Brandon.
Here's our
Here we go.
cameraman of the evening.
There he is. Attaboy.
Multiple
That's it.
positions.
That's
Very,
it.
very good.
We got an amazing crew,
You've been
so
running
thanks to
around.
everybody. A lot of hours. So you guys, thank you so very much.
All
Thank
right, you
very
guys.
much.
Thank you so much. Matt McConnell is literally in the corner going like this. Wrap it up. So apparently
Yeah.
he has somewhere to be.
He's
So
got to
I
get in
guess
a car and go to Lansing, Michigan.
you know,
right
you could
now.
have
I
just
don't know.
left, you know. It's all right. All right, you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We hope that you enjoyed it. Don't worry, you can watch the replay on YouTube and Mammoth Plus in the future if you guys really miss us over the next couple months. And we'll see you at the start of the season.
Can't wait.
Crazy.
Great job, Kim. Way to go.
You too.
See everybody.